Okay, that makes sense. Hello. Here, you can have this. That's what you get. That's what you deserve, and that's what you like. Absolutely no one. This one. We're gonna go to this place. Actually, no, it's not. Actually, bring this over here. I take this over here. The fuck? We're cooking. There we go. Sorry about that. What are we doing right now? Yeah, we're watching. Red Bar's actually got some shit going on. He's got some good takes right now. I'm gonna shit bricks. La technologie, ça me fait chier. We're gonna go to Hutu, L'chaim, Red Bar. I never really knew about who the fuck Red Bar is. I probably would have never really found out. But some of my favorite comedians on Joe Rogan were all fucking, I'm gonna kill Michael Red Boss. You don't know how many. It was pretty much Joey fucking Coco Diaz. Like, oh, I'm gonna kill Red Bob. Blah 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 blah. Pretty fucking dumb. The Dern brothers are killing it with fucking their content though. Getting back together with Bam, etc. Cinema mode. That's what we're looking for, and then we're just gonna want to do. Something like that. Does that make sense? Something like that. We got Red B in the corner. We're gonna get M and B on the main screen. Is this the? I don't. Okay, it's cinema. Cinema mode. Word. Alright, so continue. We're cheesing this tournament because I was fucking raging last night trying to figure out the mechanics. I did initially not know the fucking mechanics. I was playing like a retard. You have to first off, you have to line your kick up, so you can't just. If you read some walkthroughs online, they're gonna tell you, oh, you could just kick the guy and then you block his attack and then kick him, and then you could follow up and get a hit. That's not how it works. You have to. It helps if you block the attack and then follow it up after you block one of his attacks, but after you've mastered literally blocking with shield and with just your weapon, then you gotta master lining up the kick. So you block, you line the kick up, you make sure that you're close. On top of lining the kick up, you have to be close enough for the kick to hit the guy. And then and now there's two things that happen here. So after you've lined up the kick and you get close enough to kick the guy, okay, you have to, while you're kicking, click to wind up your shot and then let go, like immediately after you kick him, to do the kick follow-up attack for it to hit him. Because if you just kick him and then do a normal attack, he'll block it. He'll have enough time to block it. So in order to get the cheese shot in every time, you have to align your kick, make sure you're close enough to hit him with the kick, make sure that as you're kicking and pressing the E key or whatever your kick key is, you also have to be pressing your attack key, and then you have to, your guy's not going to telegraph your wind up, so you have to imagine him winding up as he's doing his kick animation, and then he's gonna go into winding his sword up, and then you're letting go to attack, as opposed to kicking him and then you're clicking to wind up and attack. You're clicking at the same time as you're kicking him. You're ignoring the fact that you have no feedback aside from you're looking at him do the kick animation, and then during the kick animation you let go and your guy will go immediately from kick into a swinging animation, and you'll get the timing right for the follow-up, which is very convoluted and retarded. But it's kind of cool. It's kind of, makes it more complicated and makes it more skill-based, I guess. But you have to do this all the while the AI is just fucking bashing you in 4 different directions. Up attack, down attack, left attack, right attack. And then I can't get used to their low attacks. The low attacks always fucking get me. Anyway, let's listen to fucking Red Bar talk about fucking Joe Rogan and all those famous comedians completely falling from grace. It's like the classic, they say, don't meet your heroes. Don't oversaturate the people that you like watching, because it's boring after a while. Red Bar.
Red Bar. All my permits are current.
Real quick, I wanted to show you some Joe Rogan stuff. We've got 3 great things from Joe Rogan this week, and a little while ago, I told you a story
what the fuck?
about how Joe Rogan was going to do this bullshit thing, and I was really pissed off about this. And he did do this thing, where during his live shows, his stand-up shows, when you go in, he hired a service where you have to put your cell phone in a cell phone bag.
Yeah, that's a
before
bad
entering the theater.
idea.
And we heard about other comedians do this too. They hire this crazy company. Hey, can you get me some more ice? I'd like to do another drink. Thanks so much. So Hannibal Buress does this too, and a bunch of people do this. They don't like this idea that people are distracted by their phones or taking pictures or recording their sets, maybe. So they do this thing where they take away everybody's cell phones, and we hate that, right? Like, imagine going to an event, and they make you put your cell phone in a bag. So I hated this. I was disappointed in Joe Rogan for doing this.
Bad idea.
They're saying concerts do this now. I don't like it. You know, just deal with it. It's the new thing. People have phones. You gotta get over it. Okay? I'm really anti.
You're worried about people recording their live specials?
Let it evolve. Let's see where the phone thing goes. Like it's a new thing right now. It's kind of new. People don't know how to behave with it.
Yeah, right. You guys fucking one shot.
But that doesn't mean Bill Burr, and that doesn't mean all you old timers. You don't be afraid of phones. So this is great. It's an epic fail. Watch what happened when Joe Rogan started doing this thing where he takes people's phones away. Here we go. A little clip from his show. This is just a show.
I was almost as excited.
It's Bert Kreischer, the lion. Here we go.
Where were you working? Miami. I worked that stretch. That was a terrible place to work. Yeah, no shit.
The liar, Bert Kreischer.
Dude, I was just in Miami. I was in Miami a few months ago, and I did that cell phone bag thing because I did it before I filmed my Netflix special.
Yeah. No, you're not.
I did it for a while.
Why would you?
Where they'd have to put their phones in the bag. Then
why would my guy just hold his shit up in the air?
It's complicated. It's annoying. It takes, especially when you're doing 2 shows. It's a giant space in between shows. But never have I seen a crowd because to use your phone, you got to get out of the arena and then come back. Everybody was just constantly going out.
Motherfucker.
I mean, it was like I was doing stand-up, not in front of people sitting down.
So it backfired. Who would have thought that would backfire, you selfish comedian?
Toro.
Pure silence, everyone's attention. You know what? If you want to get everyone's attention, do great stand-up. They will be enthralled. So this is what you get. So everybody is now leaving the theater to check their phone, constantly
Bro, where's my
throughout
shield?
the show,
Did it break? What the
making
fuck?
it even worse, huh?
Thing up.
Oh,
I mean,
shit,
it was just, it was like I was doing
Okay.
stand-up, not in front of people
thought
sitting
G
down,
was
but in
to
front of people in a constant state of moving,
Fucking
sitting
throw
down,
my
and
spear.
getting
I don't
up.
think you can throw this.
That's fucking
I thought you could
They
throw
were
one
just
hand.
constantly moving, like no place I've ever been. They have zero attention span. I've always said if you want to starve to death, open up a bookstore in Miami. These motherfuckers, they just do coke and fuck each other. And
It has nothing to do with Miami. Bert Kreischer told you about 70 lies during the show.
I
That
think he
was,
tells one crazy lie right after this, but it might be a
Oh.
little long. Remember,
Well,
he
let's
was saying
see.
something and we weren't really listening.
yeah,
and
should
then
we stick around
This
for
is
a
tiny
Bert
name. What's
Kreischer
going on?
lie?
And he was saying something about guys shouldn't have dicks.
Oh my God, it was the biggest lie. I'm not kidding. Bert Kreischer's lies are so elaborately big that it's like he's trying
Bro,
to
shoot
get
this
caught.
guy in his fucking
Like
forehead.
he's
How big his
going
back
out
is
on
right
a limb
Yep, thank
to
you.
get himself busted for these lies because they're so extreme now.
I was trying
Maybe
to
that,
time
that
this
is coming up right,
arrow
right
hitting
here.
him.
Let's find out.
and party. Not everybody. I know, I'm generalizing. If you're like, bro, I read. Billy
Bruh.
Corbin loves fucking Miami. So.
Bro, I started headlining. Miami was one of the first clubs that let me headline because I had
Of
handled
course,
the room.
they just like take a white guy. Any guy.
Okay, I want to write down information throughout this. So Miami was one of the first clubs that let me headline. All right.
Taking notes.
Okay,
Don't
take
you
notes.
dare
So
shoot
it's
my
in
boy.
Miami. One of the
Don't you dare
first
fucking
clubs
kill my
that
boy, you
Bert was
fucking whore.
headlining, and I want to know the
fucking-
name of this
this
club. He
bitch
keeps
right.
saying Miami. He's talking about the Miami Improv. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows. Because we're gonna call this place and ask if this happened. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. You guys know me. You guys know I make calls, and I will call people. So, okay, listen to this story. You tell
Try to
me
get
if
that
this
kick
is a
timing
lie or
down.
not.
That worked.
Anyone.
Dude,
got
I
that
had
As soon as her
the
head was
most
coming up,
crazy
getting
experiences
kicked, I
I've
fucking
ever had there.
slashed her down.
One night, it's
I
me
feel like the downward slash and the poke is gonna be
and
the
two other
best
comics.
of
I'm
all.
headlining, right? Sunday night.
Man.
And I say to the
Okay, I'm not the
manager, I
range,
said, it
that
seems
sucks.
pretty rowdy. Are they heckling her? And then he's
fucking
like, yeah,
kill
it's
my
pretty
homie.
bad. There's gangbangers in the front row. I was like, can we escort them out maybe? He goes, I think they have weapons. I'm not comfortable with that. I was like, so what are we going to do? And he's like, oh, tread lightly, I guess. Feature act goes up. This is a 100% swear on my children true story. Feature act goes up. They destroy him. He comes back. Thinning hair, matted.
Now, why does he constantly, every time he tells a story, he goes, I swear to God, this is 100% true story.
Bitch.
Why do you need to constantly say that if you're not telling lie stories a lot? You know what I mean? Why would people even doubt you? Why do people have so much doubt in your stories that you have to tell them over and over again that it's real?
Because as he's telling the story, he realizes it sounds like a crazy
Get
lie.
kicked in
But
that
it is a crazy lie. This 100% is a lie. When you hear this story, you'll know it's a lie.
You're doing it, Peter.
This can't possibly keep happening to him.
Okay, this
So
is where I
let's hear
usually
the
get
story.
rooked.
Sweating
Every
to his
fucking
head.
time. Hey, I just
And
go
he's
so
like,
hard.
it's not good.
Okay, come on, we can cheese.
So I go out and I do an old David
Just
Tell
gotta
trick.
remember, as soon as the
It's-
shield
I mean,
breaks,
it's a
don't
common
panic
trick, but I
if we
watched
get to
Dave
the
do
shield
it,
breaking.
where he would ask the audience a
I'm not doing a
question
tournament again
that he
after
had the
this.
joke
Wait until the
for.
guy's
So
over.
he'd
I
ask
need
them
that
the
fucking
setup.
extra damage. I
Hey,
need
what's the
extra
best way to
damage.
please your wife? You know, and then he had the jokes. Or what's the best way to get more sex to your chick? And the guy's like, and then the guy would tell his joke, and then obviously you have the better jokes, you wrote it. Like, oh, no, what you do is you put your lips around her entirely and go,
No way!
and so
That was so
I do that with these gangbangers for like 40,
shot it.
35 minutes. And it,
Why are they gangbangers, by the way? Why are they gang? I mean, how do you
Minus the
know that
20
they're
attempts.
gangbangers?
But
He said that the manager told him they're liars.
But how would the manager know? So they see a group
What
of
are the
black
chances?
people, and you go,
I was just
"Yeah, it's
zoned in
affiliated
there. I
with
wasn't
the gang.
thrown
We
off
just
by
want to
my
make sure the comics know about it."
absolute
So yes,
rage.
they are in a gang.
My
They did tell
impotent
me that they are
rage.
part of an illegal gang.
Impotent.
They
Oh,
tell
yeah,
everyone.
shit.
I mean, come on.
I'm working on that.
That's not
I've got
the lie. Check this out.
fun.
RD.
I look off to the left, and all of a sudden, one of them, a darker guy named Ray, gets up on stage, and he's like,
On
"Yeah,
stage?
on stage. There's no stopping this."
With you.
Still
With
good. I'm
me.
not
He's like,
cheating.
"He's a
I'm not
real
fully
motherfucker
cheating.
right here. There's a real
cussing?
motherfucker.
Oh,
you know
no.
a real
I don't want
motherfucker's
that.
getting a 305?" Pulls his pants down and shows his dick, and it is massive.
That's why we're kind of cheesing. 'cause
So
we
this
don't wanna
black guy
die,
comes
you know,
up and he
good.
says, "He's a real motherfucker." Blah blah blah. Pulls his pants down, shows his dick to the whole crowd. Okay, maybe if that happened once, I'd believe it.
Pulls his pants down and shows his dick, and it is massive. Massive and dark. Like,
Nobody
and
cares,
everyone's
bro.
silent. I'm
Why
like,
are you
okay, Ray.
gay? Why are you gay?
Thank you very much. He's like, "Show your shit, son." I'm like,
What?
"Not now."
Show yo shit, son.
Show your shit, son. I was like, not gonna happen now. Not gonna happen now. I go, you know, you might want to leave. I'm sure they're calling the cops. And he's like, good looking out. And he leaves, right?
Wait, it gets so much worse.
I'm like, I have nothing to say.
I don't know if the scholars do.
I'm like,
He's
how do I
another
follow
engineer,
that?
I
All of a
think,
sudden,
right?
lighter skinned dude, face tattooed, dreadlocks, stands up real slow. And I'm like, oh my God, please say with another dick. Gets on stage and just goes, this is a real motherfucker. You know what real motherfuckers get in the 405 or 305?
Scholar.
Pulls his pants down and he has an equally, almost like lighter, two-tone dick, like a purple ring around.
I'm already so pissed
Merciful close.
at this stupid story. So two
Innocent
black
tactics.
gangbangers,
Okay.
one
We already
at
got
a
a
time,
medicine,
have both come up on the stage, pulled their pants down, delivered the same line.
Medics is not
He's a
bad,
real
though.
motherfucker. You know what real motherfuckers is?
Can we get him? Let's
And
get him.
showed their full penises to an entire crowd. Okay, 2 in a row. Let's see what happens next.
On the like, and the place is going bananas. They're like, oh my God. I go, listen, brother. I go, they're definitely called the cops now. You definitely want to go catch up with Ray and get a ride home. Thank you so much for the, you know. And he's like, good looking out.
How does he know one of their names?
He gets off stage,
know.
right? Joe, I swear on my children's lives. I swear on my children's lives.
I believe you, man. I
Children's
worked there.
They're with a hairless albino
Girl or guy?
guy. And I go, so funny, man. The only dick I ever wanted to see was yours. And the quiet audience quiet. He slowly stands up, and everyone's like, no, please let it happen. Gets on stage, drops his pants, and it is huge. No hair. It looks like a lighthouse. Just, I just dropped the mic. I go, that's my show. And I just walk off stage.
Nice.
It was the fun. That club was fucking insane.
Insane. You know what happened? They started giving out free tickets.
Yeah.
And it just went off.
I don't know, Bert. Now, here's the thing. If it's just once in a while, a story like that, fine. It's every 10 minutes with this guy. So this crazy thing happened where 3 men in a row show their dicks. No pictures. No one else to corroborate the story. No videos. Nothing. Very, very strange. I don't believe it. And he's constantly telling juicers like that. Yeah, I hear Rogan just changed the subject because he doesn't want to entertain the lie. I just don't know. Even if they're not lies, shouldn't we hate him just for having all these stories? Like, come on. It doesn't add up. People don't have this many amazing stories. It just doesn't work out like that. Okay? So that's Bert Kreischer. Please submit his lies to Bert Kreischer lies at redbarradio.net, and we'll go over those. We'll see if they're true. I didn't think that one was true. But it's not about Bert today. It's too easy. I can't prove that he's ever lying, so it frustrates me. There's never, I can't get to anything. I could prove Kumia's lying. All the time we bust Kumia. So it's nice. With Bert, it's like, I know that's a lie, but I can't prove it. So it frustrates me. I don't like doing Bert stuff. Today's more about Joe Rogan here right now, because Joe Rogan had a tremendously tough week.
Never gonna
starting
get one of them. I got
with
some fucking
Chuck
pitchfork.
Palahniuk. Is that how you say his name?
think so.
The fucking
We
Fight Club
actually had
guy.
to look this up earlier, but I already forgot the pronunciation.
Yeah.
He's the writer of,
Fight
most known
Club.
for Fight Club. The writer. Right, he writes all these books. What are some of the other ones? You love this guy.
I like Diary.
Diary.
Adjustment Day. I'm reading right now.
Okay.
You don't read, so I
No.
don't know why you even care.
Just for their sake.
Oh yeah.
What else did he write? Now, he was a guest on Joe Rogan. This sounded super exciting. You know, this is a guy you don't get to see around much. Surely they could talk about a number of interesting things. But it all went horribly wrong. And let me show you where it took its dark turn. Took its dark turn right at the beginning. Well, and I actually got to pull that up. It wasn't linked. Okay. Which is bad. Okay, let me go into my subscription inbox and let me show you where this all went wrong. And this was probably Joe Rogan's hardest episode to get through. He literally bombed throughout the entire show, and he was in one of his moods where his eyes get all crinkly and he's just thinking about the darkest stuff. Okay, let me find him. Where are you, Joey? My sweet, sweet Joey. Okay. I have so many subscriptions on YouTube now. It's getting tough to find. Joe Rogan is almost all the way at the bottom of this list. He should change his name to A Powerful JRE. It would be better. Okay, Chucky. Where are you, Chuck? Okay, so about 1 minute in to this episode is where it all starts going down. Let me get to 1 minute. There we are. Check this out. This is bad. Joe fucks up big time here.
I don't know. I see this. So many of my peers. It's like the moment I meet them, boom, they're gone.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
So don't worry, everything's fine. Listen, I want to talk to you about a bunch of things. First of all, I'd love to talk to you about your writing process, because one of the things that I read once is I believe you were writing down. It was on the Cape. It was in Massachusetts.
Watch this.
Were you ever writing down there? Were you ever writing somewhere where you made a deal with yourself where you wouldn't turn the heat on unless you were writing?
Oh my gosh, you think I'm a white person, don't you? That is so weird. The Cape?
Joe's so thrown right
Cape?
now.
You never been to the Cape Cod?
That's like in England.
Is that all white people?
That's in England,
New
right?
England.
New England.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
I never read anything like that about you?
No.
I'm sorry.
Never been on the Cape.
You never been to Cape Cod?
Never had a
He's a
clam
white
bake.
person. Clams are
Jeez.
wonderful.
Look at Joe, his eyes. He's putting on this fake smile, but he is in complete hell right now.
What's wrong with clams?
No. It's just something.
Maybe it's something I attributed to you for many, many years. This is just an interesting story that someone said that they were forcing themselves to be disciplined writing, and so they wouldn't write unless they had the heat on. And so they lived in this place over the winter. God, wasn't you? It's so embarrassing.
You were talking about Michael Cunningham.
Is that who it was?
Yeah, because I think that's his story about living in Provincetown.
Might have been.
So the town is
this all
even
up.
wrong.
What a terrible way to get going. But one thing I wanted to talk to you about.
Ambien much lately?
No, I don't. Any. At all. I just sleep. I'm fortunate in that regard.
All right.
You don't take that shit, do you?
Of course I do.
Do you?
So this is where it all gets rocky, and it was a rather uncomfortable ride throughout the whole thing, and it got really crazy. I saw someone mention this in the chat, and this is really gross. It's a story about that Joe is going to tell about his daughter masturbating. A very inappropriate story. Just a funny story to watch Joe tell, and we're going to look at it. And it was funny how this was set up. Chuck over here, Chucky, Charles Lee Ray, was telling the story about how. What was the?
He
how
was
did it
telling
start?
a story about how his like super dark stories get people to open
up.
up to him
Yeah.
about their dark stories, and then he told this crazy story about how some lady got caught masturbating by her mom, and then she never orgasmed again.
Okay, and
Anyways.
then Joe decides to tell his dark
But the
story.
point of Chuck's story was just to show how people are always opening up to him, and that's because of how his work is so deep
Yeah.
or dark.
And Joe's story was just some retarded rambling about his daughter that made him look like a sicko.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's go to that and let's watch this disgusting story. We've always wanted to know more about Joe's family life, and we finally got it. This story is about his daughter's little tiny pussy.
In the city for 7-year-old girls, they could not get enough of this heating pad. And they were all riding this heating pad, and they had a great time. And she said, and for the first time in my life, I was the most
So here's
popular
Chuck
girl
wrapping
in
up
my
his
class.
story.
And I was the girl that all the girls wanted to play with. And for every brownie point meeting, it was at my house, and I was the leader. Until the day that my mother came home from work early, and she caught us with a heating pad, and she sent the other brownies home, and she whipped the cord out of the wall. She just ripped it out of the socket, and she started to
Insane love.
and she beat me with that cord, and she beat me, and she said, "You fucking piece of shit, you dirty whore. What kind of a fucking whore am I raising? You whore." And she beat me, and she beat me. And she says, this woman, who's my age now, she says, I have not had an orgasm since I was 7 years old. And then she goes, but if you can tell that swimming pool story about how you got hurt jacking off underwater, she says, I can tell my heating pad story. And I can tell that story until I can make it funny. And then maybe someday I can go back to my mom and I can say, do you remember
Thank you
that
so much.
heating pad we used to have? And it'll be complete.
Holy shit.
Here comes Joe.
See, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create the opening for people to tell these stories that they never
You've
thought
just
they could tell.
created one.
Because that's the way in which they're going to resolve these stories. And they're going to master these stories.
We have these
Here it comes.
bidet toilet things that have a little button on the wall. You press it, it shoots hot water up your ass. And
Bidet.
my
This
kids
guy
come
fucking
over,
retarded. What the fuck?
and they love these toilets. I have 2 daughters, and my youngest, when she was 7, she would sit on the toilet and she was laughing and giggling, and we didn't tell her there's anything wrong with it. So she was telling us how much she loves it, how much she loves the hot water when it shoots onto her butt.
Okay.
She's like, it feels so good, and there was no shame in it. And there was this weird moment where I'm like, am I supposed to react to this? Am I supposed to say, yeah, I know, I like it too? Am I supposed to say, hey, don't do that too much? Am I supposed to say, don't tell anybody you like that? You can like it, but don't tell anybody you like it. Like, what am I supposed to do? And I didn't do anything. I just let her smile, and she walked out of the bathroom laughing. Like, it was great. And there was no issue. But it was this moment where I was like, wow. If I was a religious person or a suppressive person or some person with some sexual issues, this could be a real problem for this little girl. Instead, I was like, okay, let's get out of the bathroom now. I guess you're done. Alrighty. And she has no idea that this was even like a moment of, crisis in my mind. Where I was like, okay, how do I handle this? I'm in the bathroom with my 7-year-old daughter. She's getting water shot up her ass, and she's enjoying it.
So you talk about it on the radio? Is that how you deal with it?
I enjoy it too.
Okay. I'm listening back to that. That's not so bad. What's so bad about that? It's not a terrible story. What is so funny about that, actually? I saw everybody talking about how great this clip is, and now that I rewatch it, where I'm really listening here, who cares? Because the daughter. What is the gross part about it? Because she used a bidet. Seriously, no, I'm asking. What do you
It's
find
not that
gross?
bad.
Because, I don't know. Because
Yeah, it's not that bad of a
it's
story.
just
but-
strange to hear that about a 7-year-old, and he never
guess
tells
so.
any other stories about his kids ever. And then the one time that he
Yeah.
speaks about his kids, he's like, she loves getting water shot up her
Her
ass.
pussy.
And it's even
not
more
ass.
fun.
It's remember, this is all pussy too. The
And
ass
it's
and the
even
pussy
more
are.
funny because
Oh, no, Red Roy, you're trying to talk about him.
he
Trying to
starts
tell a
telling
woman
his
how
story
fucking
super slow and
ass
meaningful,
pussy
like the way Chuck tells his stories.
Yeah, but
with,
it's
like,
not
big
the same thing.
pauses.
what a clusterfuck.
Anyways.
I
This
didn't think it was
podcast
that
did not
bad.
turn into what I
This
thought it
next
was
one,
gonna be.
however,
And it's
I
that-
do think is bad.
This, I was
Okay,
just
this one I'm
wondering- I
for
was
sure about,
listening to
and
the
it
cell phone
features everybody's favorite cosmopolitan, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Ooh. Neil deGrasse Tyson is starting to lose his
I realized he
mind.
had a fucking sling. I was
Neil
just
deGrasse
tripping.
Tyson
Toxic
is starting to
plan.
become a very bad man. In fact, I'm not so sure he really knows what he's talking about half the time.
This guy's still alive? What the fuck?
He thinks he does. But remember, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a man who rents out Anthony Cumia's studio from time to time to shoot episodes of Star Talk Radio. Isn't that true?
Kumia's a creeper.
That's
dude.
fucking sick. He works with the Count. He's got Kumeric ties. Now, there were a lot of troubling moments in this episode with Neil deGrasse Tyson. A lot of little bickering, a lot of little arguing. And
Yep, stop slinging
a lot
me,
of awkward
fuck.
moments. So what's this first one? 147.11. Is that the defensiveness one?
Yes, they're
Okay.
both that, but just different.
Right,
Gross.
right.
Oh my god, please.
So this
get
first
better.
clip is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's going to be talking
This
about
fucker.
how he deals with
Yeah, right.
people online, and he's really hung up about this. He's really hung up about the fact Joe brings up this this thing that Neil does, where Neil used to do this
be able to
thing
go
where
demand
he would
arrows
call
from
out or correct sci-fi movies whenever they did something that couldn't be done in space or something, you know? I think Gravity, you know, he would tweet about, oh, in Gravity, you actually couldn't do this, or you could do that. Wonderful. And he's talking about it, and he starts talking about how that he doesn't do it anymore because of how people react to it. So let's watch Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is a guy I thought kind of had it together. And this totally changed my opinion of Neil. Let's watch.
The energy that it sucked out of the out of the star. And I thought this could have been more badass than even they came up with in this movie. That is the nature of my comments. Not could this happen, could it not happen?
Let me give you a perspective.
Okay, wait. So 20% of people just get pissed off. 80% really like it and they want more. But that 20%, they cut me no slack. And I'm only doing this for people to enjoy. And if I have that level of hate mail, I don't need to continue it. So I just basically stop. I'll have these thoughts to myself, but I don't have the urge to share them. I still have the thoughts.
I gotta teach you the art of post and drop. Okay? This is what you do. You post something, you know people are gonna get mad, drop your phone, and you walk away.
No,
You gotta learn how to do that, man. You can't be reading those fucking comments.
No,
You're dealing with too many human beings.
No, I get that. But
you don't, because you're still changing your behavior
here's
based
my
on
rebuttal.
morons.
Here's my rebuttal.
Your rebuttal?
My rebuttal is,
Okay.
if you're watching a movie that takes place in 1958, it's a period piece, and there's a car from 1960.
Oh, yeah.
And
Drive you crazy.
And someone who's a car expert points that out. You say, hey, he's an expert. That's pretty good. Do you complain that the person noticed that? No. You praise their expertise.
I get mad at the movie.
If you get mad at the movie, if you're watching a Jane Austen period piece, and it's 1870, whenever they took place, and someone gets out of the carriage with tie-dyed bell-bottoms, you would cry foul.
Right.
That would take you, I'm exaggerating there,
Yeah,
obviously.
so,
It could
yeah,
be a
we
top
know-
hat instead of a derby.
We know why you post. Everyone's fine with that. We know why you post these things. Everyone's cool with that. Why are you so hung up on the response?
Right.
You would cry foul if you were a costume designer. And we would all be impressed by that level of knowledge that you exhibited. I am bringing a level of science to bear on a movie that is no different from anybody else's expertise who is out there that we have praised for that invocation. Yet people are not granting me that latitude to make those comments.
I don't like
Wow,
these
people-
generalizations.
People are not granting me that latitude to make those comments. Who gives a fuck? You know, why are all these guys so hung up on the response that they get from people? Anthony Cumia. You just can't let it go. Wait till you see some of these tweets from Anthony Cumia we got coming up. Wait till you see some of the DMs.
And also, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't get even that much hate. He's just kind of like a meme guy now because of his tweets and because he was on a super popular show.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's probably just making fun of him.
Yeah.
And he demands that they respect his expertise.
Yeah, he's really
It's
starting
like
to
we do.
lose it here with this. Hold on, there's a little bit more, right?
I think so.
I don't like this.
It is true.
No, but I don't like what you're saying. People are not doing this. No, a small vocal minority that are assholes. And those are the people that you're altering your behavior for. That's what I think is ridiculous about this.
No, because
Most people would enjoy
Wow.
it. I hear you talking about gravity and the fact the hair wouldn't do that and the space stations weren't that close together.
Right,
and
right,
this is
right. You can
ridiculous.
see it in the sky. My
Yeah, this shit
gosh.
wouldn't work.
Right. But
It's assholes.
no, my tweets are offerings. They're
Yes.
not. But I'm not. I don't.
Problem is
I
you're
don't
reading
need
My tweets are offerings.
to force feed people.
responses. That's the problem. The only problem is you're reading responses.
No.
What you're doing is wonderful.
No,
You're
20
educating people.
20% freak out is high for
What
me.
the fuck is 20%?
No, listen.
I
Hear
don't
me
even
out.
believe those numbers.
Hear me
real.
out. When it's 5%, then I take notice.
But you say 20%. Like,
He's
what are you
getting
doing?
caught.
Calculations? You actually doing a.
I scan 100 of them. I see 20 of them.
You
That's
just run into 20 assholes. So 20 assholes out of the millions and millions of people that follow you have decided to reach out and you're altering your behavior for assholes. I like those quotes. I like when you break things down because I didn't know those things.
And
I like thinking about like the hair and gravity. I was like, oh yeah, a fucking shit would be standing straight up in
And
the
the
air.
only reason why I mentioned about hair, because every photo of anybody with long hair wouldn't happen to you, but anyone with long hair in space, it's standing
Like
up
this.
on edge. It's a completely
So I
obvious
don't
thing.
remember this being this long. Does he freak out anymore?
I think you could skip ahead to the next time code
Okay.
possibly.
To the
'cause he
158.
keeps ranting for hours.
So he's really hung up, and this is what I'm noticing about all these adults. I'm starting to think, is it the people who didn't have the internet the most? These guys, it seems like the guys in their 50s are the guys spazzing out the most. The people who really can't handle this feedback that they're getting, and they're all starting to kind of crumble from it. You look around, I mean, we saw yesterday, Milo Yiannopoulos crumbling from the pressure, yelling at all of his fans, it's all their fault. He's doing the same thing. Kumia doing the same thing, crumbling, being defensive, blaming everybody else for their problems. Okay, let's go to 158 and see what he says here. Yeah, 158.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's surely like you see the word cuck in a response, you know that person's an asshole, right? There's just certain things you just see, like you're a cuck. Like, okay, I don't have to listen to you anymore. Now I know what you are.
Yeah,
you're a
yeah.
fool, right? You see that?
Fool.
Like, yeah, you spend all that time staring at the fucking sky instead of fill in the blank. Those are just assholes.
Well, I have pretty thick
Right?
skin, so it's not that it upsets me. It's that I'm here to serve you, not to piss you off.
But you're not there to serve
I'm an
those
educator.
people. There's some people
I'm an
snapping.
educator.
They're looking to get angry.
I
They're
get
not
that, but
really
maybe I
angry.
can bring him around.
Bet you can't. The arrogance of thinking that you could fix.
That's about it, right? With him?
I think
I'm getting
so.
sick of him. I'm not really
Fuck
in the mood
these
for him.
guys.
You know what? I'm a little distracted here because I'm thinking about our new buddy. He's back. Joe Matarese. And we've got some amazing Joe Matarese updates.
All right, that was pretty boring. What was the other one I was gonna watch? I'm gonna do with Canada, and it's yeah. I don't have that YouTube channel memorized. What is it? Fucking Canadian dickheads. Canadian news shit. Now Media Group. Money. What the fuck? Am I looking at? This new government will fix Canada's nightmare. Oh, it's alive.
Wednesday, February 25th. I'm Jim Check. With me, Ian Burns out there in our nation's capital. Kind of a cloudy, partly sunny day here in the Okanagan. We got a really big show, and that's why it's called the Really Big Show. We got lots more. Let's get some of the headlines here. First of all, Carney says his new government will fix Canada's nightmare. Canada buys LNG from Australia. Heck, it's only 25,000 kilometers away. America once again highlights Canada's Canada's bureaucratic games. Imagine, Doug, if American politicians came on mainstream media here in Canada to slam Carney. Canada is standing in the way of the deal. We are the envy of the world, and yet hate distorts our perception. The State of the Union from the United States. Canadian media is fear-mongering vassal of hate. Oh, that's a headline. Mr. Mudd will jet off with Carney while CBC whitewashes his betrayal. Canada to send money to Cuba. Canada has two-tier medical system, and Canadians are not in tier 1. House of Commons, just a game. It's like a game show. Canada's housing market, once lauded as the best in the world, has fallen to the bottom. Canadian military, once again disrespected. Canada Post, the money pit, they can make a movie out of it. The Liberal rail dream being sold as sexy. Sex sells, they say. Quebec separatists score another win. And the federal NDP is a who cares anyway. If the polls are correct, what has happened to common sense in Canada? EB's budget is being rejected. EB makes emotional plea while taking no responsibility. Canadian poll says Alberta can't go. Must continue to be the province that gives, not gets. That's quite a deal, eh? Must give, not get. Rent seekers making bank. And left media is not for the people. Bill Gates with a slimy confession. And John Carpe will join us at 10:30. And he's going to talk about, your freedom of expression here in Canada. Freedom of expression. Well, let's kick it off right away. Finally, the Liberal Party recognizing affordability is a problem here in Canada. Because how many times have we heard Francois Philippe Champagne say we have the best economy in the world? And Canada is going to be all right.
We
All of a
have the
sudden,
best economy in the
the
world.
Liberals have put out this PR piece here. Listen in on Mark Carney here.
The best.
Heart of the tree.
It's the number one issue on most people's minds. In order to fix it, we have to understand what caused the problem. Inflation shot up globally during the pandemic. Supply chains were completely upended, from factory closures to transportation delays, driving up the cost of everyday essentials. Overall, these pressures are now easing. But because inflation shot up so much during the pandemic, many prices are still high, and Canadians are still feeling the impact on their household budgets. For years, Canada's economy wasn't as productive as it should have been. Our major industries weren't investing enough, growing enough, or producing enough. The cost of everyday items went way up, and wages fell behind. That's what created the affordability problem. Canada's new government has a plan to fix it. The best way to make things more affordable for Canadians is to increase your purchasing power by creating new, higher-paying jobs. To do that, we're securing new trade partnerships. We're attracting massive new investment in Canada, and we're fast-tracking new nation-building projects. We're already seeing results, but some of the biggest payoffs will take time. And many Canadians need a boost today and a bridge to that better future. So as we build our economy, we're bringing in new measures to make life more affordable. We canceled the consumer carbon tax on day one. We cut income taxes for 22 million middle-class Canadians. We cut taxes for first-time homebuyers. We protected essential social programs that bring down costs for Canadians. And we're moving fast to get more houses built so your costs can come down. One area that needs special attention is the cost of groceries. So we're stepping in. Right now, a family of four receives about $1,100 a year with the existing GST credit. With the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, that same family will receive nearly $1,900 this year and about $1,400 a year for each of the next 4 years. Now, if we keep increasing productivity, creating good jobs with better wages, in a few years, people's household incomes will catch up with their everyday costs. Until they do, we're
like
putting
fucking
more
AI.
money in their bank accounts 4 times a year. We can't control the weather or what other countries do. We can control what we build, and we choose
It makes sense
to
for
build
yeah.
That's good.
Canada.
You can deny it. Deny,
Well, first of all,
'cause it's
I
AI,
thought we could
AI,
control the
AI.
weather. Isn't that the whole point of the last 11 years, that we can control the weather with climate change policies? Wasn't that the whole reason we're here in this nightmare that the Liberal government has created with weakness of leadership and sacrificing our economy and our people at the altar of climate change? Isn't that the truth right there?
That's certainly what a lot of Liberal ministers have told us in the past, that we can that it's our fault somehow if there are massive forest fires, and not our fault because we failed to manage the forests, but because we decided to drive to the grocery store last weekend or something like that. But also, he says we can't control the weather. I'm sick of that cliche. We can control the weather. You know, read about it. We have quite a lot of technology now that can literally control the weather. We just don't do it because we don't know what kind of long-term effects it would have. Although the Chinese have been known to do it, as is often the case with the Chinese.
Girl Scouts
I'd also
getting
just want to point
washed
out,
away
like,
in the
he
United
tries to like
States.
sweep this stuff under the rug, doesn't he? Where he's like, our economy has not been as productive as it should have been. It's like, why was that, Mark? Will you please explain? Why is Canada in this gigantic abyss? What happened? What happened around about 2015? Our research has led us to that year, 2015. What happened, Mark? Are you ever going to talk about how bad the Trudeau Liberals were? What a catastrophe that was for Canada. Or is he just going to talk about it in these little hints? He's just going to obliquely mention low productivity and things like that. And the carbon tax was too divisive, so we cut it. It's like, why not just be honest with Canadians and say, look, the guy before me absolutely sucked, but I know what I'm doing. Just be honest. Be clear, and maybe also take a little bit of responsibility for your role in that government, Trudeau's government, since he was quite an important member of that government as the economic advisor to Justin Trudeau.
And we're going to show you in a bit here, on LNG especially, one of our greatest assets here in Canada. And we refused to ship it because we said there's no business case. And Mark Carney testified in committee that said the Northern Gateway pipeline should not go forward. Mark Carney shares a lot of the responsibility for why Canada is in the ditch. Mark Carney is a lot of the responsibility for the climate policies that were driven by Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland, and many of them that are still there. Many of them are still there. They've suppressed our natural resources, our natural wealth, and they continue to do it. And he said we're going to build faster than ever. Where? When? How? Nothing. I see nothing. And it's been a year almost. We're banging on the door of a year. And that GST credit on first-time homebuyers still hasn't received royal assent. It's actually slowed down. We have Renee Merrifield, and she's in the building industry. It has actually slowed down purchases of new homes because it hasn't even gone through yet. So all these things they talk about, they haven't even got them done. And the bread and circuses, being proud that you're doling out money.
And the only reason I got it is because I'm native. How are you going to charge me provincial land tax when you're acknowledging that you stole my land?
Inflation is almost
and I already
double
get tax
that of the
exempt
American.
from GST.
And you continue to
The
just
whole
try
point
to
of it is
blame
because
somebody else,
I pay for the
accepting
government
zero
being governed, not for living on the land.
responsibility.
Right.
And still, the number
provincial
one thing
sales
that
tax,
could get
not
done
government
here in Canada,
sales tax.
the pipeline.
Right.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
More than just a pipeline. We're going to talk in a bit about
Boys,
the Australians
help,
sending
please and thank you.
liquefied
Also,
natural gas across the Pacific, round Cape Horn, up the South Atlantic, up the North Atlantic to Eastern Canada. We're going to talk about that shortly. How about approving or pushing Quebec?
boys
How
came
about
in just
for
in
once?
time.
Why doesn't
Gotta
the federal
shit,
government try
okay.
bullying Quebec? Try and get them to
Okay,
harvest
thanks
their
guys.
own LNG
Yeah, let them
resources.
fuck me
That
up.
would boost productivity, don't you think? But it's, you know, there are so many other
Die to
ways
a
in
fucking
which productivity could be boosted. Most of it is ending regulations. Where is that? Where's the evidence that that's happening? We still have all of these laws.
Spearing
That
my
what
boys.
Danielle Smith and her, you know, people sympathetic with her call the 9 bad laws. They're all still there. They just put a magic law which unlocks all those laws when they feel like it.
But they haven't felt like it.
Even
Oh,
that's
nice
even
dome.
that's failed.
And they haven't even
Boys,
felt
don't
like
bad
it yet.
these
That's
fucking
the sad thing.
boys.
They
Oh,
haven't
come
even
on,
felt
don't
like
let me
it.
get fucking.
And it reminds me of an Alice Cooper song. I don't know if anybody remembers. They're the
Spirit
oldest
of the
me
dome.
here. Welcome to my nightmare. And you're going to like it. And welcome to my night. I won't sing because that's sing terrible stuff. Welcome to my nightmare. This is Canada, and it's weak leadership. It's weakness of leadership.
Boys,
and
just
it
fucking
continues.
kill the guy.
And now you're trying to sell this.
They're
Mark
taking
Miller
missiles to the
talks
fucking
about
skull.
misinformation and disinformation.
fight this
That
awesome
video
milk
that
right
they
now.
did there, that puff
Which is
piece,
not gonna happen. You guys
is
are gonna
full
have
of
to fucking fight with
misinformation
me
and
now.
disinformation. The number one thing in there is we can't control the weather. Although the Liberals have been trying to say they can control the weather by you making sacrifices for the past 11 years with carbon taxes and telling you can't do this.
It's even worse. They say their argument
it's not
would be, we
freaking
can't control the
fight.
weather, but we can control the climate. Which is just the most
guys just aren't
insane thing you could
reacting.
ever say.
It should say,
Too full?
more fairly, it should say.
We're too full for
we
reading.
can't
Just
control
kill
the
us.
weather, but we can control you. That has done a hell of a job.
And yeah, let's, you know, we have to stand back and admit they've succeeded.
in good shape. Who
They've
the
done
fuck's
very
that?
well.
They have done amazing at controlling the Canadian
I'm
public.
putting
Driving
notifications on
fear,
the
and that's the
stream.
And again, let's just look at this next Canada's middle class. We're going to keep this around here. Burn this into your retina. Prior to the Liberals taking office, I don't think Mark Carney wanted to show that little graph there, or that image there in his little slideshow there that he was doing, pitching Canadians on how he's solving the problems. What's been solved? It seems like we're careening off a cliff even at a faster pace. No deal. I don't see a deal. You see a deal? We're going to talk about the deal here in a couple seconds. No deal. No pipeline. Fast-tracking projects. I think the one that they lauded there that was going to be the big one, the Sisson project, the Sisson mine. It's going to start in 2029. How was that? Is that a couple of years from now? What is that? Like, I count on my fingers, maybe. Jeez
Tripping
whiz.
balls?
Jeez whiz, that's
But will-
fast-tracking.
Will Mark Carney even still be Prime Minister then? Don't know.
Well,
Maybe not. It's like, the thing is, talking about going at speeds we didn't know were possible. Again with the, like, Captain Picard speech. Captain Kirk. No. We need evidence of that. You know, we need to see this starship moving at these speeds, and that has not been obvious to me, at least.
It's all performative, and here's this what you brought up here. Look at this map here. Look at this. This is where, again, remember this. Burn this one into your retina as well. Justin Trudeau told the Japanese, the Germans, and the South Korean there is no business case for LNG. David Eby was on board with that as well. No business case for LNG. And also, Mark Carney, economic advisor at the time, also testified in committee on the Northern Gateway pipeline. No business case. Karina Gold said landlock of all of Alberta's resources, still in cabinet, or not in cabinet, but she's still a Liberal MP, still there. We're literally buying LNG from the other side of the world. You know where the toilets go the other way? We're buying it from that side of the world. We're buying it from the side of the world where the toilets go the other way when you flush them. Fun fact.
Where the Prime
Not
Ministers
only
get
that,
assassinated.
as
by, like,
Elizabeth May, no
transgender
doubt.
Chinese
The first thing
soldiers.
Elizabeth May must have said when she saw this is, "Oh my God, they went around Cape Horn, the most dangerous sea, the most dangerous, navigation route in the world. How dare they?" She must have been really scared about that. How mad is that, though? Just looking at that craziness.
So,
And this goes back to Quebec. You know, Quebec, they've forbidden fracking, haven't they? Even though fracking, as we've said before, or as I've said anyway, the most important geopolitical event of the last 20 years, possibly more, is the United States figuring out, some bloke in Texas figuring out how to do fracking and just transforming the planet by doing that in just so many ways. But it's kind of the source of America's power right now, and it's the reason that America, they don't need to look at 2014 and be sad and look at like, oh, we used to be rich kind of thing. That's why they're living in the present and looking at the future, and that's why they are the richest country in the world, and even richest per capita of all the big countries. It's because they've figured out a way to provide their own energy by fracking shale. This exact same rock formations that we have in this country. One of them even extends up into Quebec on the St. Lawrence and Utica and those shale deposits. But in Canada, or at least in Quebec, it was banned, forbidden. And this is the result. I mean, this highlights the absurdity. This is like the full clown mask. But look at Mark Carney talking about productivity and the amount of times that we look at GDP per capita decline. It's all connected. If you do stupid things, unforgivably stupid things, like they did in Quebec by banning fracking and then importing oil and gas from the other side of the planet,
Wreck him,
you know, it's going to happen to you. You're going
a little hurt right now.
You're going to get poorer, and sure enough, Canada's now poorer relatively than it was.
I think you and I should start dressing like Alice Cooper and just start putting all that like the crying eyes and all that stuff on, because this is getting like It's just abysmal. This is absolutely crazy. Like they talk about climate change, the book values, all this stuff. Look at the amount of energy that it takes to move energy to Eastern Canada instead of a pipeline that could be moving energy and we could be selling it and making money, and buying stuff for our building hospitals, building schools with that money. No.
Quebec could even be generating enough money to give to the actual poorer provinces like Newfoundland, rather than taking many billions of dollars.
Oh my God, my new Man of Valley.
Equalization payments.
Shit,
Quebec could pull its thumb out of its
never build
and start contributing, but alas, much better just to chill out and receive massive amounts of money.
Do you think we should send an email to Mark Miller and ask them to flag that PR piece from Mark Carney as disinformation and misinformation?
Look, we can still talk. I'll give you a pouch of silver.
I mean, quite honestly, you would have be about as much point of doing that as there would be sending an email to Xi Jinping saying like, I'm not very sure about this Taiwan thing, mate. I don't think that's legit.
Damn.
Look at this. Canada approves the latest Gulfstream business jets after Trump's tariff threat.
Are all fine.
The bureaucratic
the little ones are
machine
scared,
there in
but
Quebec
fine.
there
We need to be quick
has found
and
a
get the hell
way
out of this place.
to
I'll take them to the
get
nearest
these
fortress
Gulfstreams
immediately.
approved,
Meet
which
me
was
there
just
later.
nonsense to begin with. Absolute nonsense, dragging feet to maybe benefit a Quebec-based
Looks like
company
we've gotten
called
your kin back to you.
Bombardier.
So my end of our
Bombardier.
deal is don't let your conscience
Bombardier.
bother you about letting
Bombardier.
me go, by the way.
Again.
You've got to make it sound almost like a J, sound like a
Too many
G.
bridges for my
Bombardier.
old colleagues.
That means that you're
I'll find
potentially
some
going
other
to be
way
a
to
Liberal
earn
minister
our keep.
if you say it like that.
Mercenary work,
Thank you to
perhaps.
Boy for the contribution.
Anyway, maybe our paths will cross again.
It's just
Huh?
shocking when it
Well, I
gets
dare to
exposed
hope,
how
I
bad.
suppose. All right,
Like
then.
like we
I'm
talk,
not going
it's
to
screaming.
grovel
The
to you.
politicians screaming
Get
in
it
Canada
over
about
with.
free trade, Doug Ford, and all that, and the media screaming about it when we are actually guilty of many of the things that block free trade here in Canada. And we're going to talk about supply management in a bit as well.
By my
But here,
hands.
this is a thing that blocks Gulfstream jets. That,
My brother and sister wouldn't have disappeared if you
because
didn't steal them, and my
paperwork
parents would have died if you
backlogs.
didn't show up.
Come
Wouldn't have
on.
died if you didn't show up.
And we
Bye.
talked about this. You can go back. I think it was a couple days ago we did this. We talked
You will not be
extensively on this.
Rest in peace.
And talked about how they say that they're a organization
You will
that
not
is
be
not
missed.
subject to
Please
political
just rest in
influence. But all of a
peace.
sudden, they seem to find a way to get this approved in days instead of like months and months and months.
And this is just being buried. Like, where are these talking heads that Chris Sims was talking about? These well-paid talking heads. Where are they on this? This is a massive story as far as I'm concerned. This is the Liberal Party, Liberal government making false claims. I mean, that won't surprise anybody. But claiming that our institutions, the likes of Transport Canada, regulators, they're completely independent. Chill your beans out, Mr. Trump. We're not going to just go, this is not a tin pot banana republic. We're not just going to make a call and get something done just because you've complained about it. Lo and behold, a couple of weeks later, that exact thing is done. This is institutional decay, isn't it? Like, this is something that, had this happened under the Conservative Party in different circumstances, this would be top news, biggest scandal in Canada. We're talking about how the Conservative Party or the government has leaned on one of the regulators for political reasons to get a decision, which, by the way, as I point out here in this 5 things, the US regulator even said that these newer planes might not work when it's really icy. And they said, we're going to sort of like provisionally approve these planes, but we need more evidence that they can be de-iced properly. Not necessarily a small thing, that, is it? So we've got the Liberal Party has leaned on a regulator saying, approve this plane that's maybe a bit dodgy in icy weather because Trump's upset about it. You know what I mean? Is this not like a gigantic front page scandal? But instead it's buried away. It's like 5 or 6 lines in the news agencies and it's dead. It's not a story anymore.
Dougie Ford. Doug went on CNN. We showed you that yesterday. Doug went on CNN, attacking Trump and saying that he's going to lose the midterms and all that stuff. Just imagine and we're going to reach out actually, because why not? If Doug can go on CNN, we're going to reach out to a Republican senator, congressperson, congressman, woman, and get them on. Because imagine in mainstream media if they put on Ted Cruz on CBC and trashed Mark Carney. Imagine what the politicians like in Canada would be just losing their mind. But Doug is fine to go there and do that. And it doesn't help, does it, Doug? Every time you go on, you think, Doug has a weird perception of the world.
But his perception of the world is similar to Mark Carney's, I would say, which is say bad things about America and Trump, win elections. Okay, well, if that's the offer, my lord, then I'm just going to go around saying bad things about Trump all the time. You know, he has an incentive to do this. So as long as that incentive remains, he's going to keep doing this, as will the Liberal Party.
And of course, the left-leaning media in the United States more than welcome people like Doug Ford on so that they can slam the current administration. I mean, we're going to show you some stuff on. We're going to show you the State of the Union in a bit here, but we're also going to talk about a lot of this left media basically losing their mind. And they're really showing who they are. Absolutely showing who they are. But here's Jameson Greer here talking about what needs to happen to get a deal. And again, we said this yesterday. Imagine how many nations would trade for what we have. We are the envy of the world. We're literally this country that is as resource rich as possible, probably one of the richest resource nations in the world. And we're parked next to, by geography, we're protected by two oceans, we're parked next to the largest economy in the world and protected by the most powerful military that has ever existed on this planet. And yet we're like the jilted girlfriend, and we're an angry, angry, hateful, jilted girlfriend. And we spit venom all the time. But imagine how many people would just take our place at any, even at an angry position. Imagine how many nations would take that place. Yet our media and some in the party here are, well, I mean, a lot of politicians have basically lost their mind because they believe that anti-American sentiment is a winning open goal. Let's listen to Jameson Greer.
It's not just believe, it's true. It's true, I think.
Can we just ask you, what's the status of talks with Canada right now?
So right now with Canada, they have a new chief negotiator that will meet our chief negotiator. I'm in contact with Dominic LeBlanc, who's Minister of Commerce in Canada. We keep in contact. They express an interest in having some kind of alternative deal. Right now, again, as I mentioned earlier, we're quite focused on reshoring supply chains related to automotive, steel, aluminum. We shipped 300,000 metric tons of steel more last year than we did the year before. Made more steel than Japan did last year for the first time in decades. That's what we're focused on. If Canada wants to come in and participate in this type of reshoring we're trying to do, we're happy to have those discussions.
What do you mean by that, participate in the reshoring? What do you mean?
Well, what I will say...
I thought there was more to that. There was more, but I didn't say stop.
Is when we go to other countries and we make a deal with them, the other countries, they agree that we can have a tariff on them, that we can have a protective tariff to protect our industries as we try to reshore, and they open their markets to us. If Canada wants to agree that we can have some level of higher tariff on them while they open up their markets to us and things like dairy and other things, then that's a helpful conversation. We have very open lines of communication. We'll keep talking. I tend to try not to negotiate in the press or anything like that, and we have discussions ongoing. So.
Oh, mentioned dairy again.
Indeed, and he also mentioned booze on the shelves, which seems a bit petty, but his argument is that Canada's being petty, and he even said, I think this might have been in a separate interview because he did two in this room here. Another thing he said is it's quite a contrast with Mexico. So he's trying to play off Canada and Mexico, and he's talking about things like booze and dairy. And then he also said, well, that was in that one, wasn't it, where he said, we don't want Canada to get stuff from Vietnam and China. Vietnam, obviously, is like when tariffs and when the focus was on China, what a lot of producers did was just move to Vietnam. So they got a lot of stuff from China, put it into Vietnam, assembled it there, and then sent it to America. It's like, oh no, this is Vietnamese, my lord. Now they're onto the Vietnamese. So what they're concerned about now is that it's going to come from places like Vietnam into Canada, and then Canada will be the entry point into the US. And it'll be sort of falsely represented as being a Canadian product, but really it's just another way to get these cheap East Asian goods into the American economy. And that's obviously as well also a warning, isn't it, about this deal that Carney's done with the Chinese. But yeah, the dairy, it so often comes back to dairy. I think it's right to highlight that.
Which hurts the consumer.
What the hell does that mean to the average Canadian? Like, it's to the average Canadian, that means, oh yeah, I have to pay loads for milk. I have to pay more for milk than I should.
When are we going to get a government that puts the people first? Because, I mean, democracy is about your vote. And that is the one thing the citizens get. That is the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian government. You get to vote. If your vote's nullified, and if you don't come first, it's not like we voted for you, then you can run all these cartels and be beholding to oligopolies, cartels, all these different things, and big corporate things like Tim Hortons getting them temporary foreign workers. That's not what it's all about. It's supposed to be about you, the citizen. Thank you, Fickle Knot, there, for the contribution to independent media. I think independent media is our only hope. We did a really good interview yesterday with Chris Sims from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. It's also clipped out as a separate thing. She did come on the Really Big Show. And it's clipped out, though. You can watch just that interview there. I'd like you to watch that, share that, get that out far and wide, because it really talks about the situation of media here in Canada and in some of the United States. The media has sold its soul to become like this mouthpieces for the government here. We're going to show you many more examples of that coming right up here. And yeah, and Donald Trump did the State of the Union there yesterday as well.
Oh, in the face, bitch ass.
We'll play a small clip of the State of the Union just to give you a flavor, and we'll talk about. I watched the whole thing, so let's play this clip.
The big boy fight.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle.
Fuck off my voice.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. First duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
At the top. Yeah. Fell asleep over there. I said stop like 3 times.
God dang.
Well, you know, one day we're gonna get a bigger budget. Anyway, because that applause went on for a long time.
Yeah,
but the point of it was the Democrats wouldn't stand up. I mean, again, your vote.
It's going good.
Your vote as a Canadian citizen. Your vote as an American citizen.
Sorry, I had to cheese it.
You get like once every 4 years. Or 3 years, depending on election cycles. And you're supposed to come first. I mean, they're in their constitution. We the people. We the people.
I didn't notice us going down like that.
That's the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian government. If you have people that can cross floors and take 30,000 votes with them, if you have, I mean, where's the respect for the voter? And in this case, you know, they're talking about they want more protection for illegal aliens. And the same thing is going on here in Canada. I'll show you some of that later. So we got a two-tier health system here where Canadians come last. Why is that? Why are they spending more time? Is that vote more important? Because that's what it seems to be like. It seems to be those people are being put first above people that are here. Our youth sacrificed so that a few corporations can get cheaper labor. Tim Hortons, A&W. We're using basically the immigration department as their HR department. You have to sacrifice so that they can have cheaper labor and higher profits. Michael Ma, Chris D'Entremont, and Matt Mud Jeaneroux decided that your vote doesn't matter and that democracy to them doesn't matter. And the same thing in the United States last night. I mean,
come on.
Let's play this first. Let's play CBC fact-checking the State of the Union.
It's featured heavily tonight in Donald Trump's State of the Union address. Let's check in with Lindsay Duncombe, who was checking the facts. Lindsay, what stood out?
Well, Adrian, I was struck by how the president spoke about the economy in glowing terms. He described it as roaring, and that's an exaggeration. He said inflation is plummeting. Again, an exaggeration. Inflation is slowing, but it is still higher than the Fed's target of 2%. I want you to check this out. If you look at the graphic, you can see there's a big post-pandemic drop that actually started before Trump took office. And January's inflation rate was 2.4%. Economists say it is those tariffs that continue to drive costs up.
Okay, so in terms of tariffs, certainly he spoke about them tonight. What did he have to say?
Well, Trump correctly said that hundreds of billions of dollars have been raised by tariffs in 2025. The United States collected $287 billion in tariffs, and nearly $100 billion of that, Adrian, was collected in just the last 3 months of the year. But he also said this.
As time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
That is not true. Earlier this month, the Congressional Budget Office said 95% of the tariffs collected by the United States are being paid by Americans.
What a corrupt organization. Where's the fact check on Mark Carney's PR piece? Where's the fact checks ever on Mark Carney? This is a TDS network being funded by the liberal machine, and it drives hatred for the people that we should not be hating. That we rest comfortably every night under their safety and protection. Every night. And we rely on them for our economy. We rely on them for protection. And yet, this TDS network relies on you to be stupid enough to believe their hatred and venom.
Bitch. Flawless.
I mean, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that tone of voice?
Starting to get
Can you imagine those stern faces from those exact people talking about I don't know, just the whatever nonsense Melanie says today is not next time she makes something.
You suck,
can you
bitch.
imagine?
You suck. You the
How about Mark Carney, like you said, when Mark Carney's talking about moving at the speed of whatever it is, speed of light times 10. When he's talking about that, can you imagine him cutting back to one of the reports saying, that's not true.
Bro,
actually, nothing is happening. Can you imagine that with that tone? That hauteur, our favourite word.
It's perfect fucking time.
Look, no, you can't. You can't imagine it, can you? Which is why everybody who's paying even a little bit of attention knows that the CBC is media. One of the media arms of the Liberal Party. They are hostile to Donald Trump because the Liberal Party is hostile to Donald Trump, and they're also hostile to the Conservative Party because the Liberal Party is hostile to the Conservative Party. It all follows along very neatly and very nicely. The question really is,
fuck, she got me at the bottom.
Why is there anybody
every time the fucking I can never block down. I can never block. I see it coming a mile away every time.
Why is it possible for the CBC to go into a parliament?
That's what I mean. If I had artists that hits, like I hit her 3 times, she hit me like twice.
Why is that possible? Why can't we laugh these people out of our society? You know, because it's reached a point now of such extraordinary absurdity. I just find it intolerable.
Media plays a very strong role in a healthy democracy. And it's not healthy in Canada. You can help us because we're going to fight
again. Like
back.
when my shield
Many
broke, I went to kick her and it didn't fucking do
to
anything.
back.
Like I don't know.
Independent journalists are trying
I was
to fight
panicking,
back.
panic blocking.
But you have
I don't
to
know
give
what
us
the
a
fuck.
bigger voice because they have the mouthpiece, and you need to turn them off. You need to shut them out. You need to stop following them, stop watching them, stop all this stuff because they think that they run Canada. They drive fear into the hearts of people that are, I don't know, susceptible or weak or whatever they've done. It's just a steady feeding of fear. And if you have friends that are stuck on the CBC, have them watch this for a while. And just say, let's just watch, because at first they're going to say, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. But we show you the facts, we show you the graphs, the charts, the stuff that comes from committee. We're not making stuff up. CBC, on the other hand, all they do is drive wedge issues and hate and fear all day long. And, you know, like this fact checking. Where is the fact checking ever done? They have access to the whole group. They have access to all of them. They have their cell phones. Where's the acceptance or someone taking responsibility for the decision on the
Better help the green team.
Where's that? Nowhere. Sealing the vaccine files for 15 years. CBC seems comfortable with that it's okay to seal it because they were complicit in the whole vaccine COVID nonsense. They were all complicit in it. CBC is no longer a news organization. No longer a news organization. They are a liberal propaganda machine. And even worse than that, they're a shield for the liberals. They prevent us from getting access to them. So you can help us by sharing this on your Facebook, by becoming a member, by just coming here every day, by sharing it as much as you can, and supporting how you can. We're going to put the link in here. You can go find us on other channels, and you can put support into the reallybigshow.ca as we try to grow this show even bigger, because we must get the truth out there. I watched this on Bloomberg this morning, and I just have a screenshot of it. Look at this guy here. You're not going to see it very well. That was while I was working on it. Check this. Jason Stanley from the American Studies Chair from the Monk School of Global Affairs. He made the CBC.
Back to where we were last time.
He made the CBC sound
Only I can
tame.
get 2 shields every fight.
What he said was, and I couldn't believe that.
Fenneria again. This bitch.
And I thought, you know, it's not.
Dude, what is the?
What's
the AI with
spew
this
nothing
bitch?
but
This
venom
bitch is just
for
so
like 10
relentless.
minutes, saying
Strong
that
fucking
the
woman.
Trump administration
Bullshit.
is racist, that it doesn't allow black people to vote, that we can't let this ideology creep into Canada.
Oh my God, it's working.
We must support immigrants. Just all sorts of stuff that he said that is completely misinformation, disinformation, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, she hates being kicked in the kucha.
You might even
in the coca-kika. I gotta really line those kicks in.
He pushes it to the very extreme.
He's absolutely bonkers. He's just a hate machine, just a literal hate machine. And
you really gotta lie the kicks up and just when she goes to slap you, when she goes to fucking she goes relentless. That's what it is. She spams with her attack.
Oh,
which
right.
is really
It's
good.
the same guy that we
You just gotta kick her in the cooch every time she
If you tries his name into just type Jason Stanley meme.
You gotta slash her,
and
block her,
probably be
kick her in the
like a
cooch,
website
block
that,
her, kick her in the cooch.
Gets all the memes together. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Just look. He is very, very funny.
I can always touch his son, kick her in the
He's
cooch.
very, very funny.
Marisha, the
accidentally,
leopard,
because he is just such
stranger.
a ludicrous figure. It's like grandiloquence, I think. Is probably the word that
I should have twigged on it because he said that what Trump did in Venezuela, the illegal thing, and then stealing the assets of Venezuela, that it's not only likely that he's going to come and invade Canada, it's like a high probability that he's coming to invade Canada. I'm just like, and they platformed him for like 10 minutes and nobody pushed back and said, well, that seems ludicrous. That seems ludicrous. They just let him go and said, oh yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. And then to the people out there that are still gullible enough to believe this nonsense, again, America's not our enemy. Donald Trump's not our enemy. We are the enemy. Look at the chart. The chart starts in 2015.
Swing speed sucks.
Donald Trump was not in power in 2015. We did this to ourselves. We did it to ourselves. And any nation in the world would trade places with us. Even at Trump at his worst, we would trade places. What's beneath the ground, our feet, is all the riches that you could believe. And who stops it from getting anywhere? BC, Quebec,
This cannot be traded
Ontario,
or discarded.
the Liberals. Like who's actually the only people that are really pushing for the wealth in Canada? Daniel Smith, Scott Moe, Pierre Poilievre, It's not even Doug Ford.
It's not even
This
that
guy's
crazy.
like
This is good.
literally like crazy. Like we
Oh, it's
we
got
needed somebody that
stupid
can paint a vision of a better tomorrow, not somebody that
That's
has
a
you
bit-
begging
that's
for
one-handed.
crumbs, literally begging for crumbs.
115 reach. That's pretty crazy.
Anyway.
It's just a big
Here's
fucking sword.
John Fetterman here. While the State of the Union was going on, quite a few of the Democrats, the majority of Democrats, would not go in there. They boycotted the State of the Union. And a lot of the seats were filled with journalists instead of Democrats. But the Democrats were attending a
Tempted to
mascot
sell, really.
party or whatever. Let's just play this little clip here from John Fetterman.
I don't care if it's a Republican or Democrat as a president. Just don't do that. Don't do that. Respect the office, regardless who's in that. And now, for me, it's like now when half the people in my party haven't showed up, and then some of them have chosen to just yell and say and scream during all of it, I just don't think that's what we want. And I don't believe, as a Democrat, I think like dancing frogs really moves the ball for us as a party either.
So I watched the State of the Union. I mean, Trump is Trump. He's very performative as well. And, you know, Marco Rubio would probably be up there with more of a velvet glove. I mean, Donald Trump definitely was rubbing the Democrats' nose into much of the mess, you know, pointing it out. I mean, CBC, their food inflation is half of ours. Half. Their economy, again, go look at the likes of John Deere and stuff like that. There's stuff going on down there. There's investment in the United States, including, why didn't you just ask? Including Brookfield and Cameco are building 8 nuclear reactors in the United States, not in Canada. But CBC paints it as their economy is not doing well. Their economy, it's a tale of two nations. We can show you the chart after chart after chart, but CBC don't want to show you that. Their economy is going up. He announced last night that people are going to get $1,000 if you don't have a 401k. He's going to match $1,000 for everybody that doesn't have a 401k. That's a great thing for citizens. No tax on tips. Great thing for citizens. Why not do that here? No tax on Social Security. Oh my God, wouldn't that be just a great thing here in Canada? Not allowing corporations to buy homes. Wow, wouldn't that be a game changer here in Canada? All these things they don't talk about. And the American electorate voted for Donald Trump for a massive deportation. That was one of his #1 platforms. They opened the border, like wide open, and lied about it forever. And they said they're going to deport a bunch of people. That is the mandate that was given, and that is a majority mandate, not like in Canada, because we don't have a mandate, we have a minority government. They were given a majority mandate. They won the House, they won the Congress, and they won the presidency. And won it by high margins. That's what the
By today's standards, I guess, yeah.
What's that? Yeah.
By today's standards, it was actually a pretty tight election, but by today's standards,
They
that's
won
about
all
as
the-
good as you can get, because it's so polarized now. You can't imagine a Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon style, sweeping the board. That's not possible anymore. So yeah, it was a pretty big.
I'm gonna
round there, yeah.
overperform to piss him
And
off,
again,
and then I'm gonna kill
CBC,
him.
just take a look at the Canadian stock market. Take a look at the Canadian stock market, the top 10 companies, and then look at the top 10 companies in the United States of America. One company in the United States dwarfs the whole TSX. One company in the United States is double our GDP. And the companies on that side of the ledger are producers of value. 6 of our top 10 here in Canada are rent seekers. They're parasites of the economy. They're the banking industry. We're going to show you later how the parasites are making out like bandits. Absolutely like bandits. And while the Canadians suffer. So you ask yourself, when Marco Rubio spoke in Munich, spoke in plain language, like a grade 6 language, spoke in plain language. Mark Carney spoke in words that even this hour is 22 minutes made fun of it because nobody could understand what the heck he said because he's speaking to globalists. Who matters? Is it the voter that matters? Is it the Canadian citizen that matters? Or is it global? Or have we given our nation up to the globalists? Is that who it is? Because then let's just say what it is. And then maybe Ian and I can just retire. We don't have to do this, because then we just realize that we actually report to the WHO and the UN and what's that Davos thing? We show up in Davos and maybe they throw some crumbs over the fence.
We'll move to Switzerland.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a bit of a rant. Sorry about that. But it's just frustrating how they paint the picture when it's pretty plain to see that the American economy is about to blast off and Canada is falling into an abyss. I mean, that's from Tiff Macklin that said that, the Bank of Canada governor. Maybe CBC should fact check him. Unbelievable.
That would be a real no-no. Nobody's supposed to criticize the Bank of Canada governor. He's like the Pope, and we are the College of Cardinals. We're not allowed to say anything about him.
And you think the CBC can't get any worse? Again, what matters the most in a democracy? It's the vote. That's the only thing you get. That separates democracies from authoritarian governments. You get a vote. You get to decide who runs the nation, the province, the city, whatever. That's the most important thing. So that makes you the most important person in a democracy. Makes you the most important person. And so when somebody decides to silence 30,000 votes, you would think the media, who's supposed to hold power accountable, would ask those questions. But listen to CBC here, whitewash, Matt Mudd Jeaneroux. You earned the name, Matt.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Canada is not America. Yes, Canada provides essential health care to everyone.
Whoa. It's this one here. See if you can find it from the CBC Watcher there. See if you can dig that up. Well, we did have on Chris Sims yesterday. Chris Sims from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Let me know when you have it. Chris Sims, and she was on, we clipped it out as one big piece there, and she talked about the state of media in Canada as well. And she was part of the parliamentary gallery there for, what did she say, 20 years? It looks like we have the clip here. Let's listen how they respect you, the voter.
Matt Jeaneroux was a conservative eyeing retirement from politics, and this week, of course, he's now a liberal, and he's been vaulted to the Prime Minister's delegation ahead of a very high-profile trip. As we know, Carney is heading to India, Australia, and Japan starting later this week. Today, the Prime Minister's office released a list of who else will be on that plane, and if you look it over, lots of names that you would expect traveling with a delegation, especially a trade delegation, to India, especially you have the Foreign Affairs Minister, the International Trade Minister, Defense Minister, and on that list is the latest conservative defector as well, Matt Jeaneroux, in his capacity as a special advisor on economic and security partnerships, a title that Carney gave him last week when announcing that he was switching sides and going to join the government benches. Now, this is probably going to raise some eyebrows, maybe even some eye rolling, given the timing of the trip so soon after that announcement. In fact, actually, we just heard a few moments ago from Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer, who was making the point, that Jeaneroux has not been in the House of Commons, been spotted in the House of Commons, for months now, since early November, but now he's making time to travel halfway across the world. Jeaneroux's new caucus colleagues were asked about this, and this is what one of the ministers had to say.
Well, now, stranger.
Yeah, look, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Matt. We sat on the Trade Committee for a number of years together, and so he's always leaned forward for Canada. When anything comes up at committee, I have a tremendous working relationship with him, and so he's well-versed in the economic side of things, of course on the security side of things as well, and so I welcome any help on these trips, and it'll be nice to see him on the trip.
Is it a present for crossing the line?
Absolutely not. He brings much value to the team. I've seen that firsthand at Trade Committee, and so I'm happy that he's coming along because we can use the help.
Now, Jeaneroux, of course, is the third Conservative to make that switch after Chris Doncherma and Michael Ma, who changed sides in December. Interesting also, Ma was included on Carney's trip to Beijing not long after he made the switch. At the time, that was explained because his riding, of course, has a high diaspora community. Federer is in for a bit of a whirlwind trip here. He's off to India, as we said. He's meeting with, where the Prime Minister will be meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and then he's off to Australia as well, where Carney will be addressing the Australian Parliament. The first time a Canadian Prime Minister has done that in nearly 20 years.
I assume most people have seen The Matrix, where Morpheus takes Neo into the Matrix. I think it's the first time. And he says, you think that's air you're breathing? When I was watching that, I was thinking, you think that's news you're watching? Because that is not news. That is not news. And I know people might say, oh, you're not news either. Yeah, no, this is commentary. This is news commentary. What are you? How about you, CBC? How do you justify that? We got one of our commenters here. Said, why do I need the Canadian media to read government press releases? I can read them myself without the bias. Indeed. Why is it that people on this channel, commenting on this channel, know more about our institutions, more about journalism than the national broadcaster? Shouldn't they know a thing or two about journalism? That is, that's so bad. I'm used to them being bad, but that is one of the worst I've ever seen.
That was
absolutely
they need to put sponsored content right across the top of that, and just a puff piece and whitewashing Matt Jean-Roux. Again, does the CBC believe in democracy? It sure doesn't look like it. Because how many stories have they done on there going to talk to the people in his riding? You know who did go to talk to the people in the riding? The people that the Liberal government has labeled as a threat to other reporters, Rebel News. I mean, love them or hate them. They actually go in there and they ask for, they went and interviewed a bunch of people there, and they've got over 22,000 people signed a petition already to recall Matt Mud Jean-Roux. Where's CBC on that story? Nah, who cares? CBC is a huge part of the problem. Damn right CBC is a huge... CBC is the shield for the Liberals. And so is CTV, lump them in, and Global. And CP. They're all in there. They're all in there together. They shield the Liberals from accountability. They shield the Liberals from accountability. That was a whitewash piece on Matt Jean-Roux to let people know this is for the best of Canada. In a conservative riding, a stronghold, they went in there and just ripped the heart out of those people, of the 30,000 votes, and said, no, Matt Jean-Roux decided that this is better for you.
But they also, it's like a shield, yeah, they do a lot of things. They attack the Tories, so they're a shield and a spear, okay. But they also, and more depressingly and prosaically, they just take up space. They take up space and energy. There's only so much media and news and journalistic energy and space in any given society. And CBC takes up so much of it. It's like they're taking up like 3 seats on the plane. They've hijacked this space.
They are bloated from sausage.
Out of the whole scene, out of the whole, journalistic landscape. And obviously financially as well, they do that because there are only so many journalists that are ever going to be employed in a society. CBC has sort of like the lion's share. But it's so depressing and it's so sad, isn't it, that they would do that? They were just sat there, and I think that the person that said that it was like a press release, yeah, that really was a press release. You could transcribe that, and that was a press release. Where it's like Matt Jean-Roux would be coming along for his expertise and committees and his knowledge of, but it's like, no, that's a press release. As Chris Sims said yesterday, or as we all said, it's your duty as a reporter. If you're serious about news, you're serious about being a journalist, it's your duty to be skeptical of power. That's your first responsibility. Did you see any skepticism towards power there? Like even a little bit, even a tiny little crumb of skepticism?
She was actually smiling. She was smiling that Matt Jean-Roux got to go. She was actually like grinning, just like, because the Conservatives threatened their jobs though too, that they're going to defund them. So, that's they're willingly throwing away their integrity for sausage rolls, literally for sausage rolls.
And I've put it there. I mean, we don't have to look at it, but we're talking about Matt Generou. This is something that maybe you might do if you were a skeptical, newsy kind of guy. Is look at Matt Generou's Twitter account, which is one of the main sort of vessels for communication with his constituents. Still locked.
Locked. There you go, Matt Generou. Good job.
Just remarkable.
You don't matter. So again, democracy. I mean, it's right there. Like the difference between a democracy, I don't know anything else. Like, what does the voter get? If Canada is a democracy, then it's because you have a chance to vote, a choice to vote. And if they decide, CBC and the Liberals decide what those 30,000 votes mean, is it a democracy anymore? If the CBC and Mark Carney and the Liberals decide that they want no accountability, like we reached out to Matt Generou, we've asked him to come on. No response, obviously. We reached out to many Liberals, no response, obviously.
By the way, we saw that little clip there that we got from the Desert Fox. That little, what we just saw of his Twitter account. That's because the Desert Fox is a follower of Matt Generou, whereas I'm not. So he's it's approved followers get to see his previous tweets. I'm not following Matt Generou on this Twitter account I'm looking at here. So I don't get to see even Matt. But you see the little key, the little lock at the top. That means that his account is locked. So if you look at this on an account that is not following Matt Generou, hasn't been approved by Matt Generou as a follower, that's what. So he has to give you the stamp. Then you see that. What I see, I don't even see a feed, and this is what the majority of Canadians will see. Nothing. It just says these posts are protected. Nothing. Can't even see his previous tweets.
And as bad as the nightmare is in Canada, we seem to have nothing but money for everybody else, because they are, you know, like the Americans are putting pressure on Cuba, the communist regime that suppressed people for since what, 1957, 1958, something like that.
59 as well.
59.
Went on before that. Yeah.
So the feds confirm aid to Cubans. Feds will send taxpayer aid to Cuba. The department, and that's from Nita Anand's office there. And that's after Cuba's ambassador to Canada said fuel and food shortages have ground the island to a standstill. The federal government is ready to support humanitarian assistance in the Caribbean Bureau. We are preparing a plan to do so. Over the last 7 years, we provided about $6.5 million a year in developmental assistance to Cuban people. Foreign aid to Cuba last year totaled just under $7 million. And we're having problems not only with the access to medicine and equipment, but even for fuel to move patients to hospitals. That's what from the ambassador there. We have received assistance from Canada for many years. It's something that is normally monitored on Canada's part. And Nita Anand told reporters an aid announcement was due shortly. Why? Because it's important that we're at a multilateral country and also for humanitarian situation on the ground. And they said they're preparing for an announcement in the next few days. Cuba said...
Humanitarian situation is a little bit worse in North Korea, for example. Should we send aid, tankers full of aid, massive ships full of aid to North Korea? Probably not, because that's an insane dictatorship that everybody knows is absolutely demented. You don't want anything to do with them. Cuba, though, they're our kind of communists. We like them.
Cuba is sitting on the opportunity, probably that they haven't seen in like 50 years. Marco Rubio, Cuban, is in a very powerful position to make life for Cubans a lot better. Not for the political party, but for Cubans. So who is Canada putting first, the political party or the actual Cubans? Again, it seems to be a conflict there. And the same thing was said with Venezuela. Most of the Venezuelans celebrating that Trump removed Maduro, the guy that oppressed that nation for, what, I don't know how many years, decades. And also, 8 million people fled Venezuela. They were actually using Cuban military to protect Maduro because they didn't even trust their own people. Yet the Canadians and the NDP want to reinstall Maduro so he can oppress the people more. So who are they really wanting? Is it just anti-American sentiment? Or do they really like dictators that oppress the people? Because I thought the NDP, when my dad was NDP, it was about the people. It was always about the people. These things seem to be more about the political parties that are in charge, which is odd.
That's what happens, isn't it? When you keep on trudging down into the deep abyss of crazy extreme leftism, you start to worry less and less about the people that you're supposed to be fighting for, and more about things like this. The party, the people.
Because do you think Cubans are doing well? Is that the thought process? How many people have fled Cuba and continue to flee Cuba? There must be a reason for that. There must be a reason, Anita. And we don't even have any more money. I don't know where we're going to get the aid from. At some point, we're going to have to ask for aid from the Americans. That'll be the day, right? This thing is really heating up. Rejected asylum claimants are receiving vision care, physiotherapy, counseling. They're getting better access to health care than Canadians are getting. 24,000 Canadians died on a wait list. And we've done stories on it. People dying in emergency rooms, waiting 15 hours. We showed you that just the other day. We showed you when somebody was in a waiting room. What did it say, 15 hours? You've personally experienced it in waiting rooms. Every time we turned on that immigration tap, foolishly, inflated our housing market. We created this massive bubble here. And we also created this whole business enterprise around like lower tier colleges and universities, or colleges, I guess, Conestoga College there, where they had 87% or 86% of their enrollment was foreign students. And who paid the price for that? The community did, with high unemployment for youth because they were allowed to work and they did it for cheaper wages. You paid for it with higher rents. You paid for it with low to no access to health care. And meanwhile, people that are rejected asylum are getting better care than Canadians. Who does the government represent? What does your vote mean? What literally does your vote mean? And I'm going to skip the next one. We're going to just go right to Mark Carney there, and because he's asked about these questions. He's asked over and over again about this two-tier healthcare system. Listen in.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Canada is not America. Yes, Canada provides essential health care to everyone in this country. The increase in costs in this program referenced in the... Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's all.
Fact check, anyone? CBC? CBC are doing it right now, aren't they? They're doing the fact check on that right now. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait here. It just should be 5 minutes, guys.
I don't know. Like, I mean, it's like a performance there. There's a couple other clips. I don't know if we have them later or not, but there were a couple other clips there with just going back and forth. Is like, I'm a new government. You've been here forever. Just like, it's just like, they don't I mean, they think they're just quipping each other there, but like, I mean, they're answering to the Canadian public, and there's no seriousness to it. And it's clear that there's a two-tier system, and they try to lie about it and just spin it and turn it around. And like, why do people that aren't even supposed to be here get better access to healthcare than Canadians that have paid into it? Why are
even stuff like physiotherapy and optometry and counseling and all this kind of stuff, like, these are the luxury things that you get if you've got a job. Then you'll get insurance, and even then you're probably going to be paying a bit of it yourself.
Copay, yeah.
And yeah, we have people who, bear in mind, we're going to listen to Steve McKinnon here disgracing himself, disgracing Parliament, disgracing the Liberal Party, disgracing everything that he's ever been associated with. Just to bear that in mind. But we have to remember, these are rejected asylum seekers, people who are not legitimate asylum seekers. They've tried and failed, right? So it's not like we're not talking about the poor, desperate people who've come here to be rescued and all the rest of it. These are people who've been rejected, and they get this. That's the most important thing to bear in mind. Now listen to Steve McKinnon tell disgraceful lies.
So why are the Liberals voting to protect a system that puts failed claimants ahead of Canadians?
Honorable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting to us. The Prime Minister outlined all of the ways in which temporary Canadians, asylum seekers, and others, those levels are going down and going down quickly. But it's very interesting to us that after a week away to lick their wounds, the Conservatives returned to Parliament and punched down at some of the most vulnerable people in this world, including, on this most solemn of anniversaries, an amputee child from Ukraine who comes seeking health care in Canada, that they would deny that person.
The honourable member for
No shame.
Thornhill.
Go again, calling anybody who questions anything about them names.
Wasn't that amazing? They love pulling that card out every time. Every time that there's criticism for them, they pull the racism card. They pull. It is.
Well, it's just like, oh, here we go. Sorry, child amputee from Ukraine. There you go. I win.
Yeah, child amputee
Complete deceit. Complete fraud.
Crazy card.
That is what. Wild. But seriously, for a minute, let's be serious. Anybody could do that. Does he think he's smart? Anybody could do that. That's not hard. That's not a difficult thing to do. Just to tell ridiculous lies, lurid lies like that, and just constantly go to the lowest common denominator and constantly try and manipulate and deceive. Anybody could do that. The Conservative Party, Melissa Landsman, she could do that all day long. We could all do that, but we choose not to because it's disgraceful. But this chap,
I had higher hopes for Tim Hodgson because I thought he was a serious guy. But look at him grinning there. Like, I mean, it's like they're part of a circus. And the sad thing is that we're trapped in this circus nightmare. And these people are in control. And they'll do anything to get power. I mean, including, if you were a man of integrity, you wouldn't take those 100,000 votes to get yourself a majority. You would go to the electorate, and you wouldn't ramp up fear and play with people's emotions. You wouldn't do that. You paint a vision of a better tomorrow. But they can't deliver on a vision of a better tomorrow because they can't even paint a better tomorrow because they're conflicted. Because of their chasing these climate agendas, which benefits their bank accounts. That's clearly what's going on. Mm-hmm. Because the conflicts aren't even, the CBC doesn't even bother to ask all the questions. Wherever Mark Carney goes, there seems to be Brookfield connections. India, China, Ukraine.
But, you know, we all suffer, don't we? I mean, Canadians, first of all, they're the main sufferers. Right. This is, after all, our democracy, isn't it? This is our thing. If it means anything, if being a Canadian means anything, it means that you come first in this system. So we also, when it's being mismanaged, we suffer the most and come last, one could say. But it's not just Canadians that are suffering here. It's also this amputee child from Ukraine that a Liberal minister has decided to metaphorically pick up and strap to his body and use as a meat shield, as a human shield for his failed policies, the failed policies of his government, so that he can, in his little mind, win an exchange in question for him. That is seriously wrong. I just want to emphasize that. I don't want that to be forgotten. That he has just plucked a child amputee refugee from Ukraine out of his pocket and hidden behind it, because he's being criticised for policy failures in the House of Commons. This is it deserves attention, this, but I know it's not really going to get it. But like, this is probably the best that we can do. Just take a look at that. Listen to that. Listen to it again. Keep thinking about this. That this is the caliber, the moral caliber of individual that rules you.
The Hotel
complete.
Auteur.
Just auteur indeed. He is a master of auteur, this chap. But this is beyond auteur. This is amoral. This is like getting on the road to extreme levels of cynicism and almost cruelty. This is just gross. This is absolutely disgusting.
I can tell you right now, Ian and I could go in there tomorrow with no knowledge of how it works and do a better job in a month than they've done in a year. And I make that very confidently because nobody could screw up that much. I mean, it's almost impossible. It's like planned screw-ups. Like it is just absolutely atrocious. Like you could do that. Just try a dose of honesty. Just to try a dose of honesty. Look at this. This is another piece in this refugee health benefits. And this is Jason Jacks stands there and basically in a hailstorm taking heat steady. Listen to this.
Is clearly a very initial.
Thanks for your help,
a study based on data that preceded those changes. Would you be able to look into that as an example? If you, I mean, now you've heard about it, you might want to inform the government of your findings.
Sure. Again, with a motion from the committee, we'd be happy to undertake additional work and additional analysis.
Okay, that I think this would be very helpful.
Should not another analysis be done, taking that into account, the effect of those co-payments? And does this take into account the changes in the processes that are going to put downward pressure on the number of, as in C12, that are closing loopholes and decreasing the number of potential asylum seekers?
No, it does not, but it's an analysis we can do for the committee.
I would suggest you do. Thank you.
I'd like to move the following motion. That the committee requests the Parliamentary Budget Officer provide the committee with an updated report in 3 months. Of that, the report include the further in-depth analysis.
We might have some technical difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on, but you okay? Oh, it's fine now. Anyway, they decided not to move forward because, you know, it's just stall tactics, just game. It's just gamemanship and gamemanship and gamemanship. Just crazy. But again, when we get a budget that's more like, I think CBC gets from the Canadian government $1.6 billion, and plus they make about 400 grand. 400 million, I should say. So about 2 billion. If we could just have a small sliver of that, imagine what we could do with the smallest sliver. I think we're going to do
absolutely. Just on that subject, it is absolutely crazy that we pay all that money for CBC, and then you probably wouldn't know this, nor would anybody in this viewing this video, because they, unlike me, they probably don't have the CBC News app. But you go into the CBC News app and you go into a story, and it'll be like something like this: a committee, a clip from a committee. And it'll be like, although they wouldn't report on this because it reflects badly on the Liberals, but let's imagine it's something from a committee and you're reading the story and then the video's there and you press, okay, I'll play this 15-second video. And it's like, okay, here's 2 ads from Ford or something like that. So you pay for it and then you also have to pay for it again by watching garbage ads on something that you can just watch. It's like a public service. You can go on that policy website and just watch that. It's... You know, talk about disgusting. There's another slice of grossness for you.
I interviewed Dennis Storshuk yesterday. I've been done lots of interviews with Dennis on Ukraine, and yesterday I interviewed him, and he brought an interview with a young man, a Canadian-born young man, I think 19 years old, that's heading off to Ukraine to fight.
To die, yeah.
He has no Ukrainian roots, no Ukrainian family, no nothing. He just wants to go fight.
They're going to put him on the front lines.
He said his family doesn't
He's
understand.
He's going to get drone bombed.
I mean, I don't understand. And,
yeah, I had a couple buddies that went to Ukraine.
But here's Anita Anand. I mean, we've shipped so much
Call of
money
Duty.
there, but listen to Anita Anand.
This morning,
I gotta defend my country. I gotta defend my people.
in support
I gotta go die
Ukraine's energy
somewhere
infrastructure.
less
In addition, this brings
tragic
our
than hanging
total
myself in my bedroom.
investments for Ukraine and supports to $25.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, Canada stands with Ukraine and makes sure that we are there with our allies so Ukraine can fight and win this war. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini. Remember that guy?
Again, more
a chick,
misinformation,
a huge
disinformation.
person?
How does Ukraine going to win this war?
Remember Zelensky sent everyone off to get drone bombed and die under the guise that there'd be Marvel superheroes?
Drones.
Yeah.
There's I mean, just to give you an idea of what the Ukrainians are up against, there's quite a good story in the BBC.
Drones and mortars. The drones aren't even
British
killing
version of the CBC,
most of the Ukrainians. It's just
who
they're
actually
getting
do
mortar
real
struck
news.
to death because the Russians don't care. They're not
Well,
trying to
Ryan,
show
they
off
do
like the
actually
Russian, like the
do
Ukrainians.
news stories in the BBC, unlike the CBC.
Fucking taking
But they've
enemies out.
interviewed a handful of Russian soldiers.
Artillery all day.
Defected from the Russian military, and they're talking about what they call the meat waves, where they just send wave after wave after wave of Russian conscripts, Russian convicts
Russians
often who've been forced into the
sending Indians
army,
and African
sent to the
people
front.
under the guys under false promises that they
the
can come to
Ukrainians
Russia and
are
have a good life. It's fucking terrible.
To such an extraordinary extent that they've got these people running at them in meat waves.
Boys, what's going on here? Why aren't you fucking
Indeed.
doing anything? That's
How
what
are they
I'm
gonna-
fucking.
how
Do
are
I
they-
not have a fucking
how do
army of
you-
guys
how do you win
right
against
here? Go
people
do
like that?
something.
How do you win against the military
fucking
like that?
mentally
And that
ill.
story in the BBC is also about
Not
what they
have
call
you on fucking
zeroing,
fire
which
at
is
will.
like
You are on fire at will.
something out of the Second World War. Like
No, I
commissars
can't fight
coming
you
in
now
and
because my
they've
guys
just
are fucking
blown
useless
people's heads off
tits.
because they refuse to go to the front.
Your dudes are
So
useless.
yeah, I
my
mean,
guys
they're
are not
fighting
in
against
danger
a
anyway.
truly
Yeah, sorry, I'm not fighting a duel with you. bitch.
terrifying enemy.
How much money can Canada afford to give is my question. How much money do we have? How much money can we continue to afford to give? Why is Canada bragging that it's the largest per capita contributor to that war? Why? Why are we? Why are we giving gender equality rights to Vietnam? Why are we giving aid? And why did we give China millions of dollars for? Was that the aid in democracy or something? Just a literal farce. Where's the money actually going? And then Chrystia Freeland is now the economic advisor in Ukraine and is pushing for reconstruction funds. Isn't there a war going on? Reconstructing what? Oh my God. And Canada was once hailed as the, like a lot of the CBC and the pundits there and the Liberals were hailing it as, look at Canada's housing market, and a lot of Canadian wealth tied up in housing. Literally, most of people's wealth, the majority of Canadians, their wealth is in their house. Canada's housing market, we showed you the graph yesterday, housing market stuff, it's the largest price decline among major economies. We showed you that yesterday. Canada and China. Canada and China.
Good company.
Good company, right? Good company. And we showed you that there's record, there's the 1.2 million mortgages that are going to come due here, I think, in the next month or so at higher rates. And there's, I think, a 50% increase in delinquent payments. That's reported by Equifax. We said that yesterday. You can go watch that clip yesterday. But here's a little clip here. Only 269 homes sold in the GTA. The lowest since, the worst since 1981. That's how many years ago? I bought myself one of my first cars in 1981. Let's play this clip here.
Only 269 new homes were sold in the GTA last month, making it the worst January in the home building industry since 1981.
CTV's Janice Goulding breaks down the numbers.
This building is 30 stories.
Ralph Del Duke has been in the building business for more than 40 years. The head of Chestnut Hill Developments has 6 projects in the works, with Digging for the Wild slated to begin later this summer.
We came to market early last year. We were about 50% sold.
Still, Del Duca says 4 other projects he's planned for this strip of Marley have been delayed.
Well, it's slow, and you have to be realistic about your numbers and how sales go.
I had Renee Merrifield on yesterday. She's a developer here in Kelowna. And I think she said, I mean, you can go check it. I think she said half the development permits are not moving forward, and they won't get renewed. I mean, most people now, especially pre-construction, it's not moving. People aren't buying. They're getting burnt. They're getting burnt bad, and they're being forced to close, and they're not only, some people just think they can just walk away without lose their deposit, which is typically 20% on pre-construction. Just walk away. But no, the developer will now sue you for the difference in what they can sell it for and what you bought it for. So you could be on the hook for another couple $100,000 that you don't have. They'll sue you for it because you're obligated to close. And the bad thing is, nobody's buying.
Now in here
So it's even worse. It's actually going to get worse. My grad class was 1980, by the way, so there's a little thing for you. My grad class, 1980. Although I didn't graduate, I was part of the Trailer Park Boys. I have my grade 10 education.
So, I got my grade 10.
I think it was like me and Julian got our grade 10 education. I went back later.
That was you and Ricky. But Julian had his college. Julian went to college.
Because the day I turned 16, I started working in the sawmill because our family had no money. So I went to work.
Okay, guys, do fucking something. Come on, they're just sitting beside me. Can't you guys fucking...
A lot of Canadians don't even have that choice these days because they're closing all the mills. The sawmill industry in British Columbia used to be huge. It used to be massive. Like, so many people that used to work in the mill industry.
Yeah.
Alright, fuck it. Just
someone, I have to. He's a good lad.
I'll be behind you.
Goes to the chance. 77.
You die.
It says, if only they'd learned from history, the Russians don't lose wars. Montreal. My God, so they've lost quite a lot of wars. Russo-Japanese War, 1905. They got slapped by the Poles in 1919.
They slapped my guy.
The Polish-Soviet War. Obviously, they lost the Cold War. The Afghan War, Soviet invasion of Afghanistan.
Oh, my brother got knocked out.
They lose wars. Like they're not invvincible. It's a bit. I think what you're probably getting at is like attempts to invade and conquer and try and take Moscow. Failed, obviously, Napoleon and Hitler. But yeah, and they also got slapped by the Mongols. That's going back quite a bit into history. And then somebody else. I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding about Russia. There's a lot of ignorance about Russia. We've got somebody here saying that Russia's an ethno state. Absolutely is not an ethno state. Really is not. They have ethnic enclaves all over the Caucasus. They've got basically principalities, Muslim principalities. They've got in Siberia. They have, East Asian peoples. No, Russia is not an ethno state. Really.
It's one of our guys.
And they don't pretend to be. Listen to Putin. So, it's just a lot of people talk about.
No, we don't negotiate with.
A lot of people talk about Vladimir Putin and Russia. I feel like you don't listen to him. Listen to what Vladimir Putin says. Russia is a multi-faith, multi-racial, multi-ethnicity federation. We're all one happy family. Russia's definitely people have the wrong idea about it. I think.
Victory is ours! Jean Carpe is going to jump in here in a minute now, and then we're going to probably come back to the rest of our show because we got quite a bit left here. This is Brian Mulroney, the former Prime Minister, has petitioned the Liberal Canada to approve full combat benefits for Canadian veterans from the Persian Gulf War. And that's from newly disclosed access to information. That's the sad thing is they block this stuff, and it takes forever to get this information out there. Military deployed for the liberation of Kuwait served with courage and distinction and brought high honor to Canada. Mulroney wrote in his 2022 letter, they must not be forgotten. We talked about that yesterday. They couldn't get on the Senate path. Years have passed since the end of the Persian Gulf War, and sufficient time has passed for review of this Canada's military history. Then Defense Minister Nina Anand dismissed Mulroney's appeal with a form letter addressed, Dear Brian, treatment of veterans was not her job. Note this issue falls under the responsibility of Minister of Veteran Affairs. A total of 4458 Canadians served in that 8-month Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm following Iraq's 1990 invasion of Kuwait.
Yeah, plus 30% health after every fight is actually so
The Commons Veterans Affairs Committee in a 2025 report, the Persian Gulf War said legalese should not prevent veterans from qualifying for full benefits. The Gulf War was objectively a war by any standard definition of the term. It is also a war in any sense of subjective experience by all those who participated in. It is a war in the legal sense for Kuwait, but not for Canada, wrote MPs. In other words, Canada actually participated in a war which, according to Canadian law, did not threaten its territorial integrity or safety and security of its citizens. So we're going to deny benefits
Maybe $10,000
because of a technicality.
Just like glitched out.
Seriously,
If I just
that's
keep
where we
bringing
want
like
to stand.
infinite
That's the moral ground we want to stand on.
This
Really?
town's gonna be overrun.
Hey, well, we provide tier 1 benefits for illegal immigrants, and we look at our soldiers and say, nah, not so much for you. Not so much.
We don't have enough money for that. I'm sorry.
Justin Trudeau
We
said
didn't say I'm sorry,
to a
did he? I don't
veteran.
think he
He
said
said
sorry.
to a veteran, he said he asked for a wheelchair. He said, sadly, we just don't have money for that. We do have money for illegal immigrants that have been denied asylum here in Canada. We have money for that.
And the equal rights.
We have that. Isn't that enough to make you almost want to throw up in your mouth and say, it's enough of this hypocrisy, enough of this nonsense? And that these people are being denied benefits, full combat benefits, because of a technicality. This should be shameful. And this is why our military is in disarray. Look how we treat our veterans. We underfunded them, we under-equipped them, we undermanned them, we underpaid them. Now we disrespect them. Is there anything worse? You put on the uniform. You literally put on the uniform. You went out there, paid like minimum wage. You went out there and you were told to kill strangers or get killed by strangers. And yet that's not enough for the government to give you benefits. That's not enough.
It's the ultimate responsibility, really, of the state, isn't it? Like protecting the state and protecting the people, but then you also have to ensure that you protect the people that do the protecting. And that's why it's such a gut punch, isn't it, when you see them mistreated?
Tracy asks a good question. This is the question that many people need to ask. When you've had enough, what can we do? Well, we need change. We absolutely need change. So you have to do things that you're uncomfortable with. And that's what we're doing here. We're here doing this every day. It's hard to do this. It's hard. It's Ian and I and a couple other people. This is it. This is it. We put a lot into this. So this needs a bigger voice. That's one thing. We need to raise we're going to make a form letter. You need to demand these people come on and be held accountable. We need to defund the CBC. We need to make that is their shield. We need to remove the shield. We need to remove that shield from them and their hauteur so they actually have to answer questions. And then we need to elect a government, and then we need to put into place safety mechanisms so this can never happen again. A recall mechanisms for MP that cross the floor. So that's number one. We need to put in a recall so that you can petition to have them recalled. We can't give up on Canada. But we need to do some stuff that doesn't make you comfortable. There's no longer can we sit back and let somebody else do it. We have to act. Make this show bigger.
Yes.
We need to save Canada. We need to save Canada from the clutch of these people that are actually just filling their pockets while they make you meaningless. Meaningless. That's John Carpe jumping in there. So we're going to go to John here, and then we're going to come back. We're going to note where we are. Let's see if John gets in here. John Carpe is from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. There's John. You're jumping in live. Thank you, John, for joining us this morning. You're better from your flu bug?
Mostly. A lot better. Last week I was out completely, and now I'm still mildly sick, but hopefully the germs won't spread through the internet to our conversation today.
No leaky viruses coming our way. Well, thank you for joining us, and a good time to join us, too. You put out a new report. That's what we're going to talk about, I take it, on access to Canada's digital identity.
Privacy collapse. Canada's
Bro, what is fucking happening? Do I not have archers?
We drill down hard on
fire at will.
Bills C2, the Strong Borders Act, and C8, the
F4.
Cybersecurity
That's
Act.
what I'm trying to fucking do.
And these are, if these bills pass, they are further big steps towards a surveillance state where the government knows everything about you. Where you are moving, who you're spending time with, how you're spending your money. And we really have to be alert and aware if we don't want to end up like communist China with their social credit system, where if you criticize the government on Facebook, next thing you know, you can't get onto a train or a bus or
that'll be the end of Ian and I guess. That'll be the end of us too. it's down at the bottom there, Ian. I put it way down there, and Desert Fox, if you go down, you'll see where I put all that information. Because there's something that's really relevant there, and maybe we'll play this clip here from Evan Solomon there, because they're using this tragedy in Tumble Ridge there to really get access to. Ian and I talked about the people are sharing more with AI than they ever have shared with anything. So AI is, like basically where people are dumping their, most inward thoughts, right? You know what I mean? Because people are using it as therapists, they're using it for everything. And then that tragedy in Tumble Ridge, David Eby and Evan Solomon now are reaching in. You're aware of this, I take it?
No, I'm afraid not. Haven't heard.
Okay, let's play this clip here. So they, Tumble Ridge, the RCMP there said they found out that the shooter there, Jesse, had a ChatGPT account that had been shut down by OpenAI. And so now they're going after OpenAI here. Listen to this here from Evan Solomon.
Is there anything in law that requires these companies to report anything to law enforcement or the government? And if not, will that be something that plays out as part of the privacy legislation you're working on or online rules?
Canadians expect, first of all, that the children particularly are kept safe and these organizations act in a responsible manner. And I'm working closely with Public Safety, the Justice Minister, the Heritage Minister, and the bill on privacy and data that we have forthcoming to make sure that Canadians are kept safe. I will tell you this, all options are on the table.
Any reticence about regulating AI chatbots at all?
All options are on the table. We have to...
That's good. And I won't play the one from David Eby, because David Eby makes an emotional plea there, talking about how you have to look the parents in the eye. And that, like they're trying to pin all the blame on OpenAI, not taking any responsibility for the decriminalization that happened in BC, the cocktail of drugs this kid was on, the amount of times that RCMP went to the social services, all the failures all around it. But now they've figured out a way how they can advance these bills you're talking about, including now they're going to reach into OpenAI. They've summoned that, and OpenAI is actually in Ottawa right now to speak with Solomon.
Well, politicians never take away our rights and freedoms without offering a nice sounding pretext. So in our report, and it's almost, it's like a mantra, safety and security, safety and security. We want to keep you safe from disinformation, keep you safe from hatred, keep you safe from misinformation, keep you safe from mass shooters. It's always safety, safety, safety. Therefore, give up your right to privacy. The tragedy is that when there's a mass shooting, that's a sign of a sick culture. We've got an epidemic of loneliness, of bad parenting, of people not being connected with each other, of people, probably especially teenagers, I don't know, with people spending too much time online, people not connecting in person. You've got family breakdown. You've got all these root causes that eventually culminate, sadly, in a mass shooting. And so it's scary, but not surprising to see the government.
Of course,
they don't want to do the hard work of changing the culture, so we have a healthier culture where there's less loneliness, where people are connecting with each other in person. That's a lot of hard work to have a healthier culture. But instead, well, we're going to have the law taking away rights to privacy.
And then the other thing is that this Jesse also created games on Reddit. I think it was on Reddit or some other gaming platform where he was shooting people up in a mall. But they're not going after that. So they're actually using this to kind of fit their narrative. What they want to do is to get into your privacy, really. I mean, they're working it because they're not going after the decriminalization. Where's all that? Because apparently this kid was on a cocktail of drugs, including marijuana and a whole bunch of other things, psilocybin and everything. And it had trouble ever since it was a child and stuff like that. So, I mean, but they focus
Come on, AI.
Is they're
only the fucking computer's AI can figure it out?
Emotional plea there. I mean, he doesn't like to take any responsibility for anything, David Eby.
Just let me fucking corner these coon.
He goes into it and just plays the biggest. Do you want us to play that clip so you can kind of see what he's doing?
Bro, I don't get it.
Let's play the clip, actually.
Bro, why is the game like this? They still didn't fix this?
I'm actually quite angry
How
about
fast
what happened here.
Speed 3.8. Speed 3.0.
I sat at a table with a dad
Still some
who lost a
absolute
kid, who
fucking
walked me
bullshit.
through in excruciating detail the last moments of his child's life.
Get ran into
It's
this
changed me
fucking
forever.
night. Turn around and fucking fight the
And,
fucking
you know, I was
bandits, you dumb
just
fuck.
proximate to the tragedy that his family has experienced. They'll
this
never be
fucking
the same. And I want to share that with the OpenAI people. From the outside, it looks like they had a chance to prevent this. I don't know that for sure, but it sure looks like it. And I want to share with them the devastation that they caused on behalf of the families. And I want to have a commitment from them
I can't believe I
to support a consistent threshold across Canada for
saved
reporting
before.
so that this never happens again, and that it's a good standard that Canadians can support. And I want to share with them that the information that the RCMP has, as well as the information from social media providers, for example, will be ultimately public with British Columbians. They have questions. They want to know what happened.
That was like dumbest
be,
death in the
coroner's
fucking
inquest or a public inquiry, or the police will share that information as part of their investigation.
not a complete retard.
But now is the time to really be blunt and
that was
frank
the
with
stupidest
British
fucking
Columbians
death
and
ever.
Canadians about their
He
involvement
kept getting caught in
this
his
tragedy.
guys. I kept getting fucking missing everything, trying to catch him in his guys.
So I find that terrifying. He blames OpenAI and then says we need reporting requirements. This is coming from the same premier in the same province, leading the same government, where we saw a former school board trustee, elected school board trustee, Barry Neufeld, being ordered to pay $750,000 to local teachers union because some teachers felt offended by Barry Neufeld's speech, again, saying that there's only two sexes, that we should not be exposing children to unscientific transgender ideology, that we should provide real help and real support for children and not give them puberty blockers and opposite sex hormones and get them geared up for eventual gender reassignment surgery. So basic common sense things that a third or half or 2/3 of the people in British Columbia would agree with. He's being ordered to pay $750,000. Why do I bring this up? Well, support reporting. Okay, this is the same technology where if AI is required to report to government, somebody like David Eby is going to get reports on who's being supposedly transphobic, and it's going to be used to punish people like Barry Neufeld, who's been ordered to pay $750,000 to the local teachers union.
David Eby takes no responsibility. I mean, the decriminalization project in British Columbia and with the Liberal government has cost thousands of lives, and then drugs have been sold all, like in Alberta and everywhere. Takes no responsibility for the Liberals.
I ain't never scared. I'm gonna fight this motherfucker, but we're not.
Marijuana, and I mean, I've talked to doctors here.
Very well,
motherfucker. Trying to get one on, talking about the epidemic of psychosis in males from 15
trying to
30,
fucking left swing, and it's just like not working.
The use of THC.
Left swing.
And they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about all these mind-altering drugs, psilocybin, all these things. And then in this
kick,
Jesse was
swing,
on all kinds of stuff, plus on drugs
swing,
transition and all kinds of stuff.
Kick, swing.
There's so many warning
go.
signs,
Thank
including seizure of guns, all kinds. There were so many warnings there, and yet OpenAI is.
I know what I'm doing. Sometimes I just don't.
They're using it to basically fit their motive. They want something.
They think it don't. They don't think it be like it is, but it do.
Well, we have to be clear-headed
about
about this, and he's very clever, David Eby. Kind of talking about how he's been changed forever by listening to a first-hand account of a parent losing a child. I believe David Eby. He has been changed
10,000
forever.
is a lot of money. It's going to be even more.
To go through that and to hear about it is already traumatic, right? Imagine
traumatic.
But then to just link that up with, therefore I've got the right solution in terms of targeting OpenAI and pushing for reporting requirements. That's just taking Canada towards being more like the communist tyranny that is communist China today with their social credit system, where everything is tracked and monitored. And it is irresponsible and I think dishonest and deceitful to try to pin a tragic shooting like this and say, well, it's all caused by this one thing. I mean, obviously it's not. We've got, as you mentioned, Jim, the drugs And as I mentioned previously, you've got a culture where people are spending way too much time online, teenagers in particular. You've got violent video games where you actually score points by shooting and killing people in
Okay, the video
game.
games thing is an old
You've got people
argument.
that are disconnected from each other. You've got family breakdown. You have fatherless homes. To try to pin it on one thing and then just use that as a pretext to attack our free and democratic society is really disgusting in my view.
Take those 9.
Yeah, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I think somebody's got to do it. We asked the Liberals to come on for chats, and they never do, sadly. So I'm gonna be a Liberal Party member now, I guess. And
$10,000.
you know, these bills, they've been put in place, or they want to put them in place to prevent fentanyl smuggling, organized crime, cyber crime, things like, you know, the poor grannies that are being targeted and having all of their savings stolen and all the rest of it. I think that they would say to you, if you were to be in a dialogue,
I still got lots of that left. I'm done. How much more of this do we have? An hour of this? Okay, let's do a palate cleanse.
The Burbs is a TV adaptation of a Tom Hanks movie, and they've made some small changes to the main character.
Want you back in there? Call you Big Daddy when you had that brass up.
While this show is meant to be a comedy, the funniest part of it to me was how it made me develop Tourette's. This show has everything, including being incredibly insecure and jealous of Sydney Sweeney.
Wow, look how good your jeans are, Miles.
This show is unironically one of the most woke pieces of TV to have been made. It features every tick box you can possibly imagine.
I wanted something with nature, but my wife's idea of outdoorsy.
The least surprising thing in the entire show, right?
Also, I'm a real handy Andy.
This show is unironically one of the most racist things I've ever seen in my entire life, and it starts as it means to go on.
I can't believe we have a white picket fence. So charming and yet so microaggressive at the same time.
Yeah, your problem there, love, is civilization. The microaggression here is just the constant reminder that she could be better.
My parents' fence ended up looking like British teeth.
Says the rich toff. Now, I know this guy. He's a British comedian. I put it in inverted commas, not because he isn't funny, or can't be funny, but because as a lefty twat, could only be funny in the 90s, when he was allowed to say something true. But as far as British teeth go, no, his dentistry probably cost more than that house.
Slightly discoloured and bizarrely misaligned.
Yes, those bizarrely misaligned teeth that the toff has. You can't do British class jokes when you've got one of the upper ones. It doesn't work. I don't know whether all English accents sound the same to Americans, but over here a lot of his comedy was, I'm a rich git. As far as his character in this goes, it is the same as its kind of comedy stereotype over there. He was just kind of a weak-willed, submissive beta who's crap at everything. Which is just kind of coincidentally what the show wants to put across, but is simultaneously a part he's been playing his entire life.
We went from city loft to lawn so fast.
Yeah, who wouldn't? He saw where she lived and I'm getting out of that trash. I'm not being pushed onto a train in New York.
We did everything so fast.
Yeah.
And that's a promise, ladies. So they show the kid, which clearly isn't his.
That's what you do when you find a unicorn, babe.
Right. You do realise the entire point of unicorns is that they don't exist, so when you find the one person that doesn't exist, oh, gotta lock that down. It's not supposed to be for your generic trollop. If anything, a unicorn would feel at home with a white picket fence. They'd be civilized.
I think this place is gonna grow on you, you know.
Like a fungus. But they're moving into their parents' old house. He hates his parents.
You do know how to mow lawn, because I'm not handling none of that.
And she's a lazy git. Lady of Leisure was always supposed to be sort of an upper-class term for women who had servants to do things for them. But she's just a manipulative, lazy cow.
I got you.
Someone's got to, otherwise she'd starve to death.
Want you back in there? Call you Big Daddy when you had that brass up.
Oh. Like I say, there are some things in entertainment which just provoke an innate disgust mechanism. There's no way he would be attracted to that, by the way. He's English. He would have the same mechanism. In fact, he's a higher class than me. It would be more pronounced. This is the human's equivalent of a cat dragging her minge across the floor to show she's on heat.
Oh God, I don't want to go back to work.
Well, one of you've got to. Well, she sees a house.
What the?
Oh my God, it's not a dirt mound. How could we have a building this old without any crackheads outside it? I don't understand.
I don't like that one bit.
They probably feel the same. I know I do. This road seems to be perfect. Even the music wants you to know it.
The sunlight hurts my eyes.
Comfortable chairs with no one getting stabbed in them. People using ride-on lawnmowers, despite their gardens being tiny. And he's absolutely useless. Can't even put his bin out on the right day. I don't know why he's so bothered. Not only are those bags really tiny, but that's clearly an empty bin. There's plenty of room for next week.
Don't leave me with these diapers.
Oh, that's disgusting. You should be able to use the toilet at her age.
You hear the thing about cul-de-sacs? There's only one way out.
I mean, duh. Comedy, folks. This is top drawer, it really is. Is this behavior weird or American? Find out next week.
Have a great day, Robert.
A lot more friendly, though. See, that's the kind of neighbors I like. Miserable. It's like, bless you, I don't even blame you. I'm definitely bringing house prices down. But she is whining at her baby. No, I'm serious. It's only just popped out her vag. She's already blaming it for her life choices.
Things I do for you.
Generally an Englishman, by the sounds of it.
Like moving here.
Such a sacrifice for her. Leaving the gutter to join a nice, safe road, surrounded by the friendliest people you'll ever meet. I don't know how she's gonna cope.
Do you want me to stay? I can call Nina, tell her I need another week.
Why? Because she's gonna have such a hard day at home being an unemployed layabout.
How long has that house been empty?
Does it matter, you nosy cow?
20 years?
You don't think that's weird?
Not if they knew you were moving across the road from it.
So there's a they. Who's the they?
People that own it? You came from New York. This is not the first rundown crap hole you've lived across from.
Whoever owns it.
Okay, Shrug Knight.
What? I can't even understand what she's saying.
Naveen and I catching the same train. Train pooling, he's calling it.
I already don't like him, and I've not even met him. All trains are train pools. That's what public transport is, you insult. Oh.
It'll be me, myself, and I.
Irene.
No friends or family nearby, but...
Well, that's a plus. Hopefully they arrive through some kind of magnetic attraction.
That's why it's good. Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that one. I tell you, it's like my intrusive thoughts came to life.
Because I'm not worried at all.
Why would you be what? You just, I'm sorry. I'm intimidated by you all. They will at least have better fashion sense than whatever this is.
I'm the guy saved in your phone as White Bob with the black thumbs up emoji.
We sort of Americans write for English people. This isn't... Oh, that repulsed me, and she's meant to smile at it.
And it'll never change.
I'll make an exception for you to nag him about that one, though, eh?
Try to get out of the house today.
Without someone calling the police. I don't know about that, love. Warm the neighbors up gently. Make them... Imagine introducing your neighbors to a song where the guy's got Tourette's at the BAFTAs. I tell you what, though, if only the people there had been dancing to it would have been even funnier.
The first BAFTA of the night, vital part.
Jeez, I do love a good Scotsman. Are you trying to rob my house? But she is a really terrible mom, and you'll find out everyone in this street is genuinely better than her. They're all incredibly friendly, and she's insufferable. They even care more about her baby than her, but that's to be expected. She came from New York. That thing's lucky it's alive.
Should he be listening to this?
Now, the thing is, she even knows that the low-rent, really common trash that she listens to isn't good for kids.
He can't understand the words.
Yeah, but you can, love. Why are you this low class? I believe that you can be better. If you're only the 5 people that you're surrounded by, you've just got an upgrade, love.
Babies absorb these things.
I think the joke here is she has no idea what she's talking about, but no, she does. This is where she should get really embarrassed for hating her own child, but she doesn't. Instead, it's meant to be her problem.
You must be Rob Fisher's wife!
Yeah, everyone is friendly. There's absolutely nothing she can complain about in this street. It doesn't stop her, though.
I heard you were... back.
One letter off, anyway.
Well, this is fabulous.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the jokes in this series, it's meant to be, isn't everyone so happy and friendly? It's a bit like that time when, like, this is what hikers do.
You're gonna love the view. It's wet down there.
This your guys' first time? Yeah, just like keep going down straight. The waterfall is gonna be on the left. You're gonna love it. Watch your step.
And it was just a load of people acting really civilized and nice to each other as some kind of own. That's this series.
He looks just like his mama.
Yeah, she takes that as an insult. No, that's how genetics work, love. I know, you probably skipped those classes, but it's not a dig. It's true, especially when the father clearly isn't him. She's probably still not sure if she's the mom, though, to be fair.
Is it African? Yes.
I don't know where else. Yes. Like, duh. How's she supposed to know? Do you think she's gone on holiday to the colonies? It could have been anything that you made up the other day, love. Especially as you're in America now. Why are you using that foreign muck?
Fascinating.
Really isn't. She should play Relooted. She'd be really into it. But she invites her over. Friendly neighbors meet the road. We want to make you feel welcome.
I'm breastfeeding, unfortunately. Oh.
Constantly? Oh, you should come over. My friends want to meet you. We'll be on my porch. I can't, unfortunately. I've got massive knockers. And? Is it just like a constant drip? If you don't have a minor on the end of it, then you can't cope.
Pump and dump, my darling.
She doesn't mean a man, you slag. Now she starts calling up her brother.
Hey. Hey.
I already hate it. Don't dance when someone answers the phone, you insufferable prick.
Very important question for my big sis. Mariah, Whitney, Janet.
Yes, this is another one who definitely won't be breeding. They do this all the time. It's almost like Hollywood is trying to send him a message. He would get on excellently with Jaden, though. They probably have a similar taste in skirt. I think one day they will get some representation of an actual man, though, at some point, maybe. Though we do know it's not going to be in the X-Files. Not with Coogler at the helm.
Or Beyonce. One gotta go.
All of them.
New apartment.
But he's in her old apartment. Apparently it's divine, despite the fact that it looks like it's moldy with blank walls. Just like blank concrete walls. And it's clearly in a city with a view of a building next to it. Yeah, she definitely had an upgrade.
Taste is impeccable, okay? And these views, exquisite.
The views of the concrete across the road.
Am I a bad mom for bringing my melanated son out here?
I don't know, you're a good mom because you got him out of a dirty city into a place where he can learn civilization. Am I a bad mom for bringing my son to a place where he can actually improve himself?
Are you a bad mother for accepting a very nice house in a very nice neighborhood?
I like him. I don't like her because she dances when she answers the phone, but I like him. Give him a bit of testosterone, we'll sort him right out.
Where there's practically no crime, really nice schools.
He makes a good point.
I mean, make it make sense.
This is a guy who tells the truth with a shimmy.
This feels so isolating.
So isolated, surrounded by people. That chip on your shoulder, it's like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside.
Every day is the same thing.
Day is the same thing. You've just moved in. Also, what you call the same thing is called structure, darling. I mean, yes, today you don't know whether you're going to rob a bank or get killed in a drive-by. I understand this may be less exciting for you, but the rest of civilization is actually quite stable. There are no teenagers stealing from their school or making deals with the devil here.
You should do this.
What's the catch?
It's nothing you could miss, Riri.
No tower block kids with strange murals outside. Saint Jesus, George, Lionheart, Floyd!
I was angry that people got shot at my party, and I was angry at the culture.
I heard you come in late last night. Well, if the condom dry for me to re-up.
Our culture that promotes killers and killing. A culture that I help promote.
Get killed or get knocked out.
Stealing from ambulances. We don't talk to people with disco balls on their face around here, darling.
A man would talk to you. Yo, what's up? Look who I'm with.
I don't know what I'm doing.
That as much is obvious, and we thank you for that. You can learn.
I don't have nobody to teach me how.
Except for those people that sit outside a door and offer the help to you.
You can't teach somebody how to swallow a baby from here.
Not a problem we're gonna have here, though, is it, dear? This is the baby we're trying to teach how to grow up.
Amen to that.
How am I gonna get through maternity leave?
What? How am I going to survive 3 months of being unemployed? I don't know. Maybe learn how to use the toilet instead of diapers first, eh, love?
I mean, I thrive in collaborative environments.
Do you mean a city?
I need structure.
You had structure. You said it was the same.
I mean, every day is the same thing. Tangible goals.
What goals?
Intangible goals.
I'm sorry, is learning to toilet train yourself too tangible? How about becoming civilized? By the way, don't set yourself intangible goals, set yourself tangible ones. They're the ones you can actually achieve. Intangible goals would be, I want justice. I'm sorry, what does that even mean?
Bitch, I don't speak resume.
Nor does she. She doesn't know what she said.
I speak housewife. This is what you do.
Toronto, this is your Chromas episode. This is what you're waiting for.
We can tell.
Pick up a little day drinking habit. Maybe a little pill habit or something cute.
Oh. Why don't you do something cute like turn into an alcoholic? You're better off away from these people, love. Hang up the phone. Talk to the woman across the street. Feel some class for once.
Hard to do when you got a tit gremlin.
Yeah, you could have kept.
Sorry, I just got flashbanged.
Hard to do when you got a tit gremlin.
No wonder most of them get murdered in the womb in New York.
Your pop's still out of the country? What, he's gonna let you sublet the couch he's surfing on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That the only reason I can't become an alcoholic is because I've got a child.
Yeah, you could have kept that one.
I like him. He's better than her. Can we have him? So they look outside. There's some woman crawling across the garden.
None of your neighbors ain't no potential there?
It's a who's who of who's not it.
Yeah, but they're still better than you, though, aren't they? So, you know, I don't think literal beggars can be choosers.
These people are crazy.
Seems to be relative to who's judging, though, doesn't it? Maybe they're normal and you're just this expression.
Just noticed the basketball. I missed that last time.
And I'm gonna come and visit you soon.
Better be this episode, otherwise I don't know how I'm gonna cope.
Look at us. Train buddies.
Somehow he manages to be even more insufferable than her.
Commute comrades.
He's a commie as well. He does come from London, that makes sense. But he's getting divorced, which is probably the most realistically understandable part of the show.
Been unhappy for a long time and wants to start over while she still has her youth.
It's understandable. I'd normally be against it, but this is the guy that uses the term train pooling.
Says she can't stand another day of my moodiness. I'm not even...
And what though? There is a lovely apartment in New York you can move in.
I'm not even that moody, Rob.
You are a whiny little bitch.
She's her dentist.
She have a big build, couldn't afford the insurance.
She said she needed to get a filling. Oh.
Yes, mate, it was a euphemism. And even when she came back with her jaw hurting, he was like, that makes a lot of sense.
And you said, never trust a Megan.
I mean, I would have saved Prince Harry. That's seems like quite good advice. I might want to remember that one myself. But they start discussing, a problem with my wife as well. She won't stop asking questions about their house across the street. Questions like, if no one's lived there for 20 years, can we start squatting?
Everything you see is a little flyer than normal.
Now it's the middle of the night and she's taking the baby for a stroll in a stroller, as Americans like to name things literally for some reason. And I know we're probably worse off over here. We call it a pram. Full name, perambulator. I wish I was joking. Thing is though, she sees the abandoned house, sees a man in the window, and she thinks this is weird. Someone living in a house. But I was gonna squat in there. Don't know what all this stuff on her hair is for, by the way. Too English for that. But she thinks she's like Shaniqua Holmes.
So you must have known them. Ah!
What?
So you did know them.
Didn't say he didn't know them, dear. Said no one had lived there for 20 years. He's older than 20.
You're doing that thing you do when you get a little obsessed.
You know when you find a puzzle that you can't understand? How to open a cereal box?
It's the lawyer in you lock in.
There's no way she's a lawyer. For what? Does she represent the people in New York that push others under trains?
Still stand by my theory that they were running drugs through the instant noodle cups.
Right. Not a big proponent of the Stop Asian Hate movement then, is she? In fact, she's more the reason why it ended.
It was right there.
I mean, you're 100% onto something.
She just can't comprehend healthy food.
Does anyone ever really know their neighbors?
I don't know why the English guy is saying this, because yes, they absolutely used to, but when it was English.
Yes, I knew my neighbor's first and last name. We was all up in each other's business.
That's just because she's nosy.
Megan left Naveen, so I guess I owe you $10. You always call her.
She can smell a slag at 1,000 paces.
What's that ravaged?
She's an elf disgrace.
Must have been horrific in New York.
Please never leave me.
Where am I gonna go?
The answers are like multiplying in my head, and I don't think I can say any of them.
Oh yeah, you're trapped now.
That's the thing that keeps her marriage strong. Learned helplessness.
Break out the crayons and color me thrilled.
All the show does is show how friendly they are and how she's insufferable and can't stand them being friendly.
It's Samara.
So close.
It's because we don't care about your foreign names and you should change them to ones that we actually know. Glad I could explain that to you. Nobody really cares about foreigners.
A new reclusive mom with leaking nipples.
Unlike them, which leak from other places.
Dana is a retired Marine.
Oh.
Who, for some reason, seems to be having an aneurysm. But that's not the only stereotype that you can guess from this retired Marine. Yes, Marines generally are the size of 3 people, although it tends to be muscle, not like they've eaten them.
Also, I'm a real handy Andy.
We're gonna hit every stereotype as we fall out of this tree.
And here's Todd. Hi.
Hi.
And what's Todd here for, an Undertaker convention?
Real man, eh? You're a man, right? You do man thing.
Why does he look like one of those futuristic people from Fringe?
Seen you around here before.
You've been keeping...
I don't know what's meant to be a joke, what's meant to be racist, and what's just like the writers are freaks. Who strokes the back of somebody's hand?
Which one of us is the murderer?
Her. Just from a pure statistical point of view.
You have not seen me.
I've been avoiding you. I don't want. I'm like, no.
My home shares no sightlines with yours, and I keep out hours.
I never thought I'd say this, but I am this woman at this very moment. Suddenly got very hungry.
What do you do?
Kill people by the sounds of it.
This and that.
I think he's a Reddit mod. He's definitely a Reddit mod.
The angry nerd community.
I'm a civil litigation attorney.
I don't even know what that is. What is civil litigation? We don't use that kind of language here. Wait, that'd just be civil law, wouldn't it? Non-criminal law. Oh, seems like a waste. It covers areas like contract breaches, property disputes, and negligence.
Hello, CEO.
I don't know what that is.
What did you say?
Hello, CEO.
Oh, CEO. It's like, she gotta be in the MCU next.
Yeah, Rob is a book editor.
It's because he's the only one of them that can read.
How'd you meet him?
A Kate-Renata concert, actually.
A what?
A Kate-Renata concert, actually.
Kate-Renata? What on earth is a Kate-Renata? Katrina? A Katrina concert?
A Kate-Renata concert.
I'm putting on subtitles. I'm sorry, but what the hell is that? A Canadian DJ? I don't believe you. I've seen your husband. He's way too much of a posh Englishman for whatever this is. For that. Oh, listen now. Yeah, that's really up his street, I can tell. What happened? Did he get lost on the way to his stamp collecting group or something?
A Kate-Renata concert, actually.
Kate-Renata.
See, the humor here is they actually gave him a proper name. They're too civilized to understand the trash she's talking about. I don't think the jokes here really land where they intend. I'm gonna look her up. Save yourself the effort, love. It's too low class.
I'm going to look her
How's
up.
the
Let me
game,
know
though?
what you find.
Trash.
It's my problem.
Trash.
Check.
It made me realize you don't need musical talent to
Okay,
be
this is not
successful in the industry. You just need enough people with low enough standards.
Does it
Rob
go?
seems like he's romantic.
Why are you pulling that face while saying that? Like you're disgusted. Oh, the idea of a man being romantic, ew.
I wanted something with nature, but my wife's idea of outdoorsy.
The least surprising thing in the entire show, right?
My wife's idea of
Turns out when you look like a bovine, you can generally predict the partner.
This was our compromise, and then she got deployed.
To where? Do they tend to deploy pensioners in the military? Because I'm assuming you don't mean the military. Because either you're dating someone 30 years beneath yourself, or the American army is so hard up on recruits, they're deploying pensioners.
She's in the military too.
That's what you're asking, not about the age?
So this is what these guys are doing with themselves. This is the time they have in their life. If you ever had the guts to talk to a girl, would that be the thing you would do that you think would get you ahead in the conversation?
What's she fighting? Time itself.
Cannot confirm or deny.
Oh, she doesn't exist. Her wife just makes one noise.
Despite what 2 decades of daytime television tell you.
This is a bit of a non sequitur. My wife's deployed.
People that don't care for middle-aged lesbians.
I'm sorry, love, but you're the one that sent her to war. A lot of people don't care for him. That's why I sent her off to get shot.
I felt welcome for the most part.
Your wife didn't. She'd rather get shot at, love, than be with you.
I've been here 8 months and 10 days.
It's precise.
It's because he's smarter than you, love. What you're impressed by, it just comes naturally to other people.
She's been
I don't know what you want from me. I just answered your question, you silly cow. I've been here for 15 years, moved here with Marty, my husband.
Fortunately, he passed.
Oh, Lynn, I'm so sorry.
I don't know why you're apologizing. You didn't kill him, did you? After that murder comment earlier.
I still feel his presence every day.
He's embalmed. I stuffed him and put him on the sofa. And just when you think you've had enough of stereotypes after the 3 military women next to her.
Anyway, these wine nights really help.
I drink away my pain.
When you have neighbors, you're never alone, even when you want to be.
Hello, my neighbors. They ask her, though, how did you end up over here? That's one hell of a freeze frame.
We didn't want to leave the city, but our building got broken into.
No. You mean your apartment with the concrete walls in the middle of the crap hole in New York City had high crime? Remember what you said earlier?
Am I mad, Mom, for bringing my melanated son out here?
But they're not racist. They're not racist.
And you thought you were a bad mum for making him safe by surrounding him with better people?
We just felt like maybe we should
upgrade.
Try it out, at least temporarily.
Or what? You go back to your rat-infested
He jumps
den
into
of
my
crime.
surrounding.
Oh,
If I
I'm sure you
surround
really
him, he'll
miss
just
it. Now,
die.
she's obsessed with this house, presumably from where she comes from. She's used to weird things happening.
What's the deal? Jilted bride who severed the head of her lost, unfaithful lover?
Because all of this is commonplace in New York, I'm sure, but not in civilization, dear. No. People didn't live in it for a while, darling. They say it's haunted, though. The light come on and off. They didn't think someone lived there. No, it must be ghosts. But 20 years ago, their daughter died. Maybe it was murder. Maybe it was normal causes. They moved away and never sold it.
Just sits there rotting, pissing off the HOA.
So it has some upsides. Then a girl comes over selling cookies.
Much more lucrative in this neighborhood than in mine.
And rips them off. I gotta go over to that area and charge them triple.
My business card?
You're a notary public?
I don't know what any of this means. I think she's just happy because she's like, finally, I recognize somebody. At that moment, though, a guy comes up, puts a for sale sign outside, and...
After all this time?
Love a plot twist.
It really is amazing. She moves in one day, houses start going up for sale the next. Who knew empty houses could be bigots? After this, though, we get pictures of them cooking. Obviously, he's doing it. She could burn water.
It's so hot when you cook.
The only time you're hotter is when you're in that chair in the hotel room. At least I assume that's when you're at your hottest. I don't generally look, as I'm facing the other way.
This is a cul-de-sac. What's wrong with cul-de-sacs? People are weird.
Like I say, foreigner civilization, you have to make allowances.
First moved here. Some people didn't know how to feel about us.
I think they did. Did they make judgments because you kept calling them weirds? I mean, I'm sensing this is a you issue.
But it's a nice area, and people like to think of themselves as nice.
No, it's because they are nice. They make the nice area, and you moved into it. I'm like, I can't, oh no, it's so weird. Why aren't people crapping in their own hands? I don't understand.
They try to act nice.
No, they are acting nice.
Don't get me wrong, I was still a sad little kid until I found my people.
It is just a load of people who move there and are like, I don't know how to act in civilization. Civilization is incommunicable. But she's quizzing them and she's like, you know, that daughter over there is like, Alison? She's like, yes, Alison. Oh, what happened to her? I know. Did you know her? Well, you know, she was a neighbor. She lived across the road. I knew about as much as you know. Anyone knows neighbors. She's getting all suspicious. She's acting like Shaniqua Holmes, thinking she's really smart while asking the most basic of questions for absolutely no reason. There is no reason to be suspicious of anything at the moment.
I didn't think it was relevant, babe. It was like 20 years ago.
Yes, it turns out that people don't generally talk about events from 20 years ago.
There's a reason they call Hinckley Hills the safest town in America.
Because of the people there.
Well, is there anything else you want to tell me about this place?
Don't play music in the street, written by people who've got Tourette's.
Call you Big Daddy when you had that brass up.
This guy should be ashamed to be English. He's not judgmental at all.
It is a shining example of fellowship and family values.
No wonder it's alien to her.
The safest town in America.
And I can see why. So the way you build a safe town in America is to build it miles away from cities. Gotcha. So that house is up for sale for $1 million. Thought houses were supposed to be cheaper in America. Now there's a really weird conversation she has with the librarian. She's like, hi, how can I help you?
Where's microfiche, maybe?
I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking.
That doesn't make any sense. You didn't ask her how she is. Now the problem here is how they deliberately set it up to try and make it out like she's being arsey with her, but they had to ADR it.
Oh, hello, how may I help you?
Yeah, she clearly didn't say that first. Now, if she hadn't said anything during this walk-up time, and she just walked up and went, do you have any of this? Then yes, that would have been rude and the response would have made sense. But because you felt the need to have her ask her first, you then destroyed your own script, destroyed it deliberately and made it deliberately not make sense, so you could show the librarians as being the arsehole. I mean, look, I know you've got an axe to grind, but doing it in post, really? It just goes to show this is so unnatural and unrealistic. Even when you're writing the script, you can't come up with this.
I'm sorry. I am a new mom and I'm practically feral.
I'm assuming we don't mean feral in the same way they meant it with Wuthering Heights.
A new reclusive mom with leaking nipples.
I invited 18 friends to watch Wuthering Heights. Things got feral. Oh, the girls came undone, all right. I don't know if she means her friends or a private movie theater. I bet you destroyed the seats. That's right, Daddy, quipped another. This is what women want when they had pet play. Includes intense themes of abuse and coercive control. This is what women want. Many complained that the movie seemed to romanticize the abuse. So did the women. She's feral. That's a Wuthering Heights viewer right there.
Oh, what a cute little mocha munchkin.
Yeah, for some reason she's offended by this. I don't know why. Like, grow up, love, get the chip off your shoulder, you insufferable prick. If you're getting offended by comments that point out that you're different, get an eye test done. I mean, seriously, I don't even know what your point is here, darling. This is civilization. We don't have to act on your level, dear. Not everything is about respect. In it, bruv.
Just noticed the basketball. I missed that last time.
She asks about a specific date, though. The librarian gets weird and leaves, coming back going, sorry, we don't have it. We find out why she knew everything about her neighbors. It's because she's a nosy cow who actually eats in front of the window just so she can watch them all. Don't know, maybe she's trying to learn how to be a normal human being from them. Her neighbor comes round, though. She's like, that house across the road? It's an open house, we can go in.
So are we gonna go in?
Do white ladies love salads?
You don't. The only time lettuce has ever crossed her lips is if she's put it under a chocolate fountain.
Hell yeah, we're going in.
Okay, glad she had to clarify.
I just gotta chill.
That's your spidey sense, dear.
No, you want a neighbor like me.
Did you just break into that house? This is contagious. So they go into the house, and it's a crap hole like you'd expect, because no one's been there for 20 years. It's made of wood. The guy who's showing them around comes out, and he very quickly realizes they're not here to buy.
An enormous house for our niece.
Yes, I can see the family resemblance. What happened there? Who cheated? So he's saying, no, you don't have the money. Darling.
Love a tour.
It's the exhaustion that I appreciate. This is a man who has met many a tire kicker in his time.
This is the library.
We enjoy literacy.
Although apparently the owners of that house didn't, considering There's no books in this library. I'm also pretty certain at least 25% of this room can't read.
All of the flooring is original to the house.
Is that a big thing in America? Well, this house, it still has a floor. Yeah, most do, I find. He goes off to show around people who might actually have some money, though, and she opens one of the doors down to the basement, finds scratch marks on the inside of it. Claws. It's like someone with her fake nails has been attacking it.
Well, by definition,
I'm gonna peek around.
Don't nick anything.
This is hip-hop. We love beef.
So she goes around this house, and we're supposed to think that this is, like, suspicious or something.
Works,
Ooh, it's atmospheric. It's just a house. Oh, isn't it so creepy? These people actually have a table.
This is the ugliest kitchen I've ever seen.
I don't believe that. She goes upstairs, though. Maybe she needs to go on a bit of a diet. She finds a different route up to a part of the house. Only to discover him photographing the floors?
When did you get here?
That's what you're asking? Not, why are you photographing the floor? Quiet. I'm taking photographs of my own feet. I need to concentrate. He's still photographing the floor, I don't know why. Though this house is in amazing condition, obviously. It looks like her old apartment. She probably feels right at home. And she opens up a cupboard to find hearts on the wall. We're supposed to think, this is important for some reason that nobody knows about.
That's creepy.
Yeah, but it'll improve when you leave. So she leaves and she gets freaked out because someone wrote the name of the daughter on a wall. And we cut to another midnight stroll when she sees the house has been sold. This is weird for some reason. Somebody might go to an open house sales event and then buy the house. That's beyond her comprehension. Like he bought cash, it was an instant deal. It's a doctor who installs a security system that's way too expensive for the kind of house that it is.
You'd only need a security system that robust if...
Doesn't even make sense. What, he had too many cameras for you? It's not like this guy is putting up automated gun turrets. He's just CCTV. It's the middle of the night, though, and she's still spying out her window at her neighbors because he's moving in, and for some reason she thinks that's her business. Get back in your box, you nosy cow. Probably the body of the last neighbor that couldn't keep a nose out of his business.
Those are the new neighbor.
But I'm sad and starving.
That's been true for the last 40 years of your existence. It's not as if a brownie's gonna fix that for you.
Isn't this the kind of place where the neighbors act nice and...
No, it's the kind of place where the neighbors are nice. Don't worry, at some point you might learn.
Till they are nice?
No, they are nice. You're just acting nice. But she isn't actually being nice. She's here to emotionally subvert people and spy on them. She's got an ulterior motive. She's actually only made him brownies as an excuse to go over there and interrogate him. Luckily, though, he's smarter than her. As he can afford that house, it was pretty good odds that was going to be true. As such, she just ends up sort of lingering outside his house for ages. She goes to push the doorbell, but doesn't. I don't know, maybe her fake claws got in the way. Instead, she gets noticed on the CCTV. What is happening here? She's just standing outside my door, not ringing the bell. And she's like backing up. Really slowly. And just standing there. But then she puts food outside his door without ringing the bell to notify him and leaves. Imagine it from his perspective. He gets notified that someone on CCTV is hanging around his house. He turns to see what they're doing, and they're just standing there. And then the moment they notice that they're on CCTV, they get really suspicious, back up and run off. Why were you here? What were you doing? You creepy weirdo. So after that, after she's made herself so suspicious and still not rung the doorbell to notify him or speak to him, obviously he didn't touch the cookies. Some random lunatic came and left food outside. Yeah, I'd be like, there's something in those. Probably anthrax in him or something. Now he, having no idea how creepily she'd left them, is very confused they're still there.
Why won't he eat the goddamn brownies?
Probably because you're really suspicious, and I would have thought you've dosed them with Rohypnol.
Then throw him out and give us the plate back. That's...
You randomly left a plate on his door, and you expect him to return it to you. He doesn't even know whose plate it is.
It doesn't make sense. Everyone likes brownies.
That euphemism? I mean, she's right next to you.
They're the Beyonce of dessert.
I don't even like Beyonce.
They don't. They're just being contrary.
No, I really don't like Beyonce. I'm English. It's a question of class, dear.
Now he's punishing me like a tiny, vengeful god.
No, that's you, darling, because it turned out she's not even going to look after her own kid.
It's all right. I'll go drive them around.
Don't worry, I'm going to emasculate myself. You've probably tired yourself out from all that being unemployed today, while he's been at work and yet has to come home and still look after the kid. Now, she takes the opportunity, with her husband being out the house, to act even creepier. In the middle of the night, she's about to go around and stalk near someone's house after she already creepy there just before.
Yes, not eating my brownies.
I ain't touching your brownies either, love. I mean, look at... Just the last 10 seconds have put me off you as a person, let alone your food.
My brownies, I eat them my damn self.
Other people don't have the same emotional connection to the small amount of labor that you can be bothered to do in a day. So she stalks over there, angry, squinty-eyed, steps onto his property and just stands there. Once again, acting really creepy. Kind of lingering, loitering on his property. For ages. This is like a 30 or 40 second sequence of her just standing still in the middle of the night on somebody else's land.
He can keep the damn place.
You creepy weirdo. So she goes back to her house, realizes she's locked herself out because she's an idiot. Everyone could have seen this coming. And so she decides to sit on a porch with flashing blue lights coming. Turns out the police have been called. That's fair enough. You've moved into a new house, you put your security system up, and some creepy weirdo keeps loitering around your house, standing outside your door to check if you're in. And every time you move the CCTV cameras on them and they realize that you are in, and you've seen them, they're like, oh, I've got to go. Why does this thief keep lingering around my property? It seems like a perfectly legitimate reason to call the police. The show doesn't see it that way. Apparently, calling the police on a potential robber is meant to be bad in this TV series.
Is everything all right?
Hands where I can see him. Now, obviously, over here, police act differently than in America. It's always been understandable to me. You guys have guns. And so the attitude and forcefulness, which is required when you stop someone who could have a gun, is going to be a lot more than somebody who doesn't. So when I see things like...
We got a call about a trespasser at the old Grant House.
That attitude just seems like American to me. I think it's supposed to be bad, but I don't get it.
Guess who matches the description?
Yeah, the reason she matches the description is because she is the trespasser at his house. This is all legitimate.
Hey, what the hell is going on?
Well, you see, your wife trespassed, and then they called the police on the trespasser, and then the police accurately identified the trespasser. And for some reason, this is supposed to be bad. This is what the police are for. I think this is supposed to be like, oh my God, look at the behavior.
Say Jesus, George!
I'm like, no, I'm looking at hers.
New owner said they saw a black person skulking around the property.
Third round, eh?
They did,
you
though.
Lose at the third
she
round?
was skulking around. And everything else is obviously visual.
This is a big misunderstanding.
That's legitimately
win the
what
whole tournament
happened.
every 5 tournaments I'm gonna do.
Is it?
All right.
Well, apparently it happened twice.
It did. If this is supposed to be bad, why did you make it true?
Just dropping off brownies.
You were lingering creepily around his house. It was weird.
It's my wife and our house where we live with our son.
Yes. Look, the house that she was stalking around suspiciously is across the road that wasn't hers. They're not being called because she was lingering around her own. Because she went to the one opposite and did it there. But the thing is, because he grew up here, the police actually know him from when
Oops, was I supposed to
And so like, oh, it's fine. We'll let her off as your wife. We get it. To me, that's actually the problem. That the police let somebody off because they know the husband.
Was I supposed to rig the game for you? Guess what? I rigged the game for myself, bitch.
Twice on property that wasn't theirs. The only thing I learned from this scene is the exact opposite message of the one they were trying to say.
And I want to remind y'all of why you thought Robin being a woman was a bad thing.
You know we gotta take the call.
Because it was accurate. But then the baby cries, he looks at the baby and says,
Yeah, don't worry about it. They all kind of look like that at that age.
But that's also true.
But whenever we get a chance, we want to say something. And we're going to say something real.
You know, where everyone goes, look at him, isn't he cute? And all the women go, oh, he's so cute. The men look at it and go, ooh. Babies do look creepy. Babies do look ugly. Just because the men can be honest to you and the women lie or have so many hormones when they see the baby they don't actually know doesn't mean he's wrong. A lot of them look like aliens. It's because their head is too big for their body. Of course, she takes it the wrong way because she's got a chip on her shoulder. But that's her fault, not his.
You folks have a great evening.
What a monster.
Thank you.
Did you just thank the cops?
Yeah, it's because you're a criminal like you love. Like I say, it's the difference between civilization and the gods. What can I say?
Sorry, babe.
King of the world.
Did you just apologize to your
They're
wife?
gonna pay me more than $1,400. They don't
Can't
tell me
live
how
across
much.
the street from someone like that.
Tell me how
Well,
much
like
you
what?
pay.
He called the police on a trespasser on his property.
The characters that
Scalpel's
they got to
actually
play with
sort of
are really
that.
unique. Everyone gets to be somebody.
Tell your wife to stop loitering around other people's property in the middle of the night.
Just
I mean, what would
and
have
he
happened
doesn't
if I
take
hadn't
well
got
to
there when I
betrayal.
did?
Nothing. They would have
Okay.
asked her why she was
Him
there.
and what army?
As long as she didn't run or pull a gun on him, she would have been okay. What was she going to do? Hop in the car and drive it? Actually, given her responses, she might have done.
What's up, man? This is some bullshit.
What?
That freaking arc will rue the day.
Nah. Stop
Stamina
breaking the
back.
law and
Okay,
people won't
it's
call the
slowly
police
coming
on
back.
you. Why can't we engage in home invasions? I don't know. Maybe because you're in civilization. Like, we've been through this.
Yeah, just used rue the day in a sentence. You're welcome.
God.
Oh, as a guy that needs a library in his house if he's impressed with that.
What does anything have to
What
do
do
with
you need,
weird
babe?
neighbors and your
To learn the
the main
boundaries of
character
our
being
own
nosy?
property?
Need some wine? How about some ice cream?
How about a lesson in respecting other people's property rights?
Hitman, I know people.
I'm people. Say the word.
What word? Biryani?
The cure-all for all.
Even racial profiling?
Firstly, profiling just makes sense. If you have limited resources, you focus those resources where they're needed most. Duh. Secondly, that's not even what this was. He saw her on CCTV and accurately identified the trespasser.
battle buddies.
The fact that you're getting all uppity about this says more about you and your problem, why you can't fix your problem by realizing it's you.
We share your rage.
Like hair.
I don't. I'm just really
Cereal,
confused how everyone in this room doesn't have an IQ of 100 combined.
He will not last long here.
Well, he will if you keep calling the police on you. He's found your
nearby.
weakness. The law.
Proportions, and
Check
we
in, I
won't
get it, check in.
stand for it.
If we can't house invade another person in our street,
Okay.
I don't know how we're gonna cope.
Should I get some glasses?
She's probably fine with drinking out of the bottle.
We should all sleep here tonight. Safety in numbers.
Do you really have to keep an eye on her so she doesn't commit any more crimes? I'm sure her husband can tie her up or something. Give you at least 12 hours peace without her doing something else wrong.
One should always be on watch, right?
You probably don't have to keep an eye on her 24 hours a day.
Marines.
I will be out front.
Lock her in there. The rest of the street will be safe.
We gotta, like, stick together right now and form an alliance.
Now, normally I'd say they didn't need both of them to work together to overpower her, but it's those two, so maybe in this case they do need to team up to stop her committing crimes.
I'm a lone
Is that a
wolf.
united?
She's like, oh, he thinks he can beat me in a fight on his own.
Big ass flashlights. I'm gonna bring over about.
Do you have
10 of
stuff
them.
that you
You don't need to hit her with a mag light. You're going a bit far.
brought home from the Marines?
A lot of stuff.
You're gonna get the Marines? Just to stop her trespassing? They're gonna shoot her. The level of based in this street I didn't think was possible. So she goes outside and starts staring longingly at the person she tried to break and enter.
It's not fair. I was just starting to feel at home here.
Yeah, and then I realized that the police would actually stop me committing crimes. I thought I could get away with trespassing, it turns out I can't. And then she just, I still don't know what this is about.
Big
Family's
reach.
not gonna be run out by some racist.
Shitty
What?
handling,
You
shitty
trespassed on his
speed.
property twice, lingered around like a lunatic for some reason where it must
There's
be
no
that
more
are you an
damage.
idiot? No, sorry. We've seen the last hour of
Shitty
telling we
handling,
know
shitty
you're an
speed, more
idiot.
damage.
The problem is you, dear. You're a psychotic lunatic who can't actually comprehend your own faults. I can't comprehend why someone would say I was trespassing on their property when I was trespassing. And he's like, look, I love you despite the fact you're a blatant criminal.
We're doing this.
Hell yeah, we doing this.
We're gonna be criminals together. I wonder if he's gonna break and enter now as well.
And
And
the
then,
reach
as
is
she's standing on her
ridiculous.
porch, staring over at where she trespassed, she sees him, and for some reason, they think this is a big
That's
deal.
what it is. Cutting the reaches.
Oh no! He's just making sure you're not breaking and entering again, dear. He's keeping you on the right side of the law. You should appreciate him. Don't you come over here and try and break into my house again. I'm gonna break into your house and there's nothing you can do to stop me. No wonder she loved New York. Police were too busy to stop her. What a massive pile of trash that was. Look, the movie The Burbs wasn't good, but compared to this, it's
What?
like
The movie's
a
The Burbs?
Picasso.
The Burbs was
yeah, you
fucking
look at
great.
it and
It's
you
a
think it's
classic.
trash, and then you realize, oh, it could get so much worse. But at least other people seem to appreciate it. This entire episode was just bigotry from start to end, with no realization in the creators or the cast that the problem was them. They blame everyone else for their own problems. Everything was their own fault. And somehow, the world's oppressing me. Or you could just act normally like a civilized member of society, you lunatics. I won't be going past to episode 1 with this, because this was bizarre. Every episode of this series was dropped at the same time, and you can see why. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. I don't know why they wrote it this way, and I don't know why this is what we're going to get for the X-Files as well. This series is so awful, Ryan Coogler could have written it. And it certainly had enough blatant discrimination and bigotry to be one of those productions. The funniest part is that at no point did they realize, maybe this is my fault. Maybe I shouldn't be trespassing on other people's property and then complaining when they stop me. And the only thing I learned from this episode, living in a cul-de-sac in America in the middle of nowhere seems really nice. As long as there are no ex-New Yorkers there. But for those with my thoughts, what are yours? Let me know down in the comments below, like the video, subscribe, more videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They'd say, well, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do to protect these people? We've got a plan to protect them. What would you do?
A plan to pass more laws when you're not effectively enforcing the existing laws is a poor plan, is what I would say. It's defrauding people, right? Cheating people out of money is criminal offense. It can land you in jail. The various forms of online harms, this is a slight shift away, but they keep on talking about bringing back the C-63, the Online Harms Act. Things like revenge porn, bullying, intimidation, threats, all of these are criminal code offenses. So maybe we need better law enforcement, stronger law enforcement, more effective law enforcement, but all these laws to prevent all these harms are already on the books. These new laws, they just give government more power and more information, but they don't really fill any voids, because these things, harming children online, defrauding seniors through scams, these things are already prohibited by the Criminal Code of Canada.
Yeah. Well, another argument here, and it would probably follow on from what you just said, is lots of our sort of peer countries, like the UK and the European countries, and even the US to some extent, they've updated their sort of legal arm to deal with new technology, new crimes, they say. What would your response be to that? That this is a necessary adaptation to sort of modernise the law so that we can more effectively respond to these crimes.
Can I get a sword?
I would say get a warrant. We've got centuries of tradition that the starting point is that citizens are entitled to their privacy, their property, our homes, our castle. Police cannot barge into my home unless they have a warrant, and they have to go to court, and they have to have someone, a police officer or some member of the police service has to swear an affidavit saying that the person whose home they want to enter,
my sword's longer,
reasonable
bitch.
and probable grounds to suspect that there's child pornography there, or drugs, or persons doing bad things with their online, maybe manipulating children, bullying children, bullying people, whatever. They have to go to court, swear an affidavit, and say we've got reasonable and probable grounds. Therefore, we ask permission from the court to barge into this person's home unannounced and seize their computer, or to get a specific order that we can start monitoring their emails or their phone calls, or monitoring their online activities. And
game over, buddy.
If the affidavit's there, the court will typically say yes, they grant the order. So now police have special powers directed at one suspect or a group. Maybe it's a gang, pedophile gang. It's a group of people. So this is a good balance that we've had for centuries.
That's the easiest tournament I ever won in my life.
Yes, the police can
another early retirement.
Privacy, confidentiality, property rights, but it's a narrow, targeted violation.
Horseback as well? Oh, yeah, baby. Come at me.
Now, what we're shifting to now is very different. This is where the government at large gets to acquire a lot of confidential information about citizens.
Blocking the opposite
and that's a very
way.
major departure from centuries of common law tradition where you need a warrant. The government needs a warrant if they want to violate anybody's privacy or property rights.
Yeah. So John, you did that report. Let's maybe get back to your report there. Maybe just tell us a little bit about that report. And people can go on the jccf.ca. You guys do a lot of reports. This is Privacy Collapse, Canada's expanding surveillance state. And there's a lot of bills, and you and I have talked many times on amount of bills. I think we did a video that took off there. One was Canada could become a police state by Christmas. It's looking more and more like that Canada could become a police state. Like any time.
Well, I stand by. I said in November last year, Canada could be a police state by Christmas if the government passes bills C2, C8, C9, and reintroduces the Online Harms Act and passes the Online Harms Act. So, that's still true today. If these bills C2, C8, C9, if those three get through, and if they bring back the Online Harms Act, and if that gets through, then we will be a police state. Look, I don't even want to, it could be by April or by June or by September or by Christmas 2026. I mean, I'm not trying to make predictions. I'm trying to stop a bad thing from happening. So this report on our website, it's written for lay people. I'm not much of a computer guy myself, but I was able to read the whole thing and understand it.
Right.
It's enhanced my knowledge about these bills and about the
importance
of privacy and why we need to. Privacy is the shield of a free people.
Should have been down there.
A government that knows everything about you is a government that can take everything from
Cheese
you.
it? I don't know. It was so close to
manage
that was so
control
easy to.
What you see and hear and listen to and say and think and believe and do. And so, our website is www.jccf.ca, Justice Center Constitutional Freedoms, jccf.ca.
No way, though.
Read the report,
What
and
the fuck?
if you
I'm
found
just
it a
not
good
used to
read,
pole arms. Fuck
send
me.
it to your friends and colleagues, neighbor, and family.
We just put it in the comments as well. I don't know if you're following the comments. Lots of comments going on there. Lots of love for John Carpe as well in the comments. So I don't know if you're watching any of the comments that are streaming through there. But,
thank you.
Maybe if you could give us an update on the Freedom Convoy. Do you hear anything going on about an appeal to the Supreme Court, or is that pretty much almost dead?
Well, I seem to recall that the Federal Court of Appeal ruling came out on January 16th. Typically, you have 30 days to file your papers with a notice of appeal. And of course, with the Supreme Court, it's a two-step process. You first have to persuade them to hear your appeal, and if they say yes, then you do the actual appeal. I've not heard anything, so this suggests, knock on wood, but we don't know for sure, but it looks like the federal government is just going to take its lumps and leave things set where they are now, with the Federal Court of Appeal ruling that the use of the Emergencies Act was illegal, and that the government and the banks violated the Charter rights and freedoms of Canadians.
Heidi's asking what we can do, and I know you have some forms on your website as well, where people, and you did do a good job with C2, where they backed off on one, and people can send. There's a form letter that's actually there on your website that people can go there and send that off to their MP.
There is, and that one is focused on the, please do not bring back the Online Harms Act. Yeah, stop the return of the Online Harms Act. That's extremely important because even though you've got, a prime minister and a cabinet that don't really appear to be strong friends of a free society, but in the government caucus, there are always nervous Nellies who are MPs who are
killing my homie, getting away with
some
it.
MPs listen more than others to what their constituents want. So what happened with Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act, which should be called the Strong Surveillance Act, but it's called the Strong Borders Act, the government did put it on the back burner because there were so many Canadians who did contact their MP and say, this Bill C2 Strong Borders Act, it's terrible. It's bringing in the surveillance state.
It smells delicious.
So backlash,
oh,
you're
not even gonna bread
so I
up.
want to see the same thing happening with
Does it taste good?
C63, the Online Harms Act.
I smelled it. Smells really good.
We want to put pressure on MPs to not reintroduce that because it's
it's imitation crap. But you can taste. It kind of tastes like crap.
It's worse than all the other bills put together.
Yeah, have it, man. I just want.
Any other questions, Ian?
Yeah, I've got a couple more. I mean, one is a bit more broad and general, I think.
But I mean,
it's my opinion anyway that laws are kind of downstream of.
Yeah, we should look up how to
generally.
bread them properly with panko.
And I just wonder, are you sort of fighting a losing battle here? Do you think that there is still that reservoir of old-fashioned liberalism? Not liberalism with a capital L, but the actual old school liberalism where people are free. Do you think that
this is what it's
there are
supposed
enough
to taste
people in
like.
Canada that really believe in that
I'm
to
gonna
stop the inevitable encroachment of the government into people's lives?
The Ace sushi was like.
I hope so. It's so hard to know, right? Because you'd need to do extensive polling and maybe spend tens of thousands of dollars and have sit-down interviews with people to really probe at the depths. Certainly, what we saw during lockdowns was not encouraging at all.
I'm not sure which one to get as a
We saw an awful lot of Canadians enthusiastically give up their rights and freedoms and even demand that the government take away more rights and freedoms.
Crab cheese.
There wasn't this sense of, well, wait a minute,
in a blender
is it even possible to stop the virus from spreading? And are these lockdowns even effective, considering that COVID's still spreading everywhere? There's very little critical thinking taking place in Canada, so that's certainly a bad omen. On the flip side, we now have more Canadians, I think, that are awake and engaged and aware and more inclined to stand up against tyranny than what was the case 6 years ago pre-lockdowns. So, look, the important thing is we keep on fighting until we win. We never give up, we never surrender, we never quit. Because as long as there's resistance,
oh my God, I heard that.
You don't have the absolute total control. As long as there's at least some people pushing back against it.
Coming at me full speed, and I fucking launched us.
And I think you always have that good saying there, and let you say that saying, and all it takes is for go ahead.
No, don't do it.
All it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing.
And I do thank you, John, for joining us again. How do we find out for sure if this Supreme Court thing, if they're not going to take it to Supreme Court, like this is done, and why hasn't the media, we've reached out, but why hasn't the media that has access asked anybody to take responsibility for the illegal use of the emergency shield?
Oh no! Okay, I got it. Details that there are various court actions in place against the federal government and against the banks over the abuses.
Okay, that's what I want.
This, I would suggest that this federal court of appeal ruling, just like the trial division 2 years ago, these court rulings are going to be helpful for those Canadians who are suing the federal government and the banks over the violation of their federal rights and freedoms. I can't see how it could not be helpful to those civil actions which are apparently underway and in existence. And I apologize for not knowing the details about this.
There is one civil action that's still against the Freedom Convoy organizers as well. That's Ottawa citizens that have a civil lawsuit against them for, and it's multi-millions of dollars as well, right? That Chris Barber is still involved with. Right?
Well, yeah, they're claiming $290 million in damages over losing a few nights' sleep because of horn honking. Which, by the way, the horn honking at nighttime, that did exist for a few days, but it was brought to an end early on with a court order that representatives of the truckers signed. But now the Justice Center is providing lawyers for Tamara Leach and Chris Barber and the other defendants in that civil action. And we're now seeking to stay that action because the lawyer for the plaintiffs, Paul Champ, who's based in Ottawa, he secretly negotiated a deal with, like a side deal, a separate deal with one of the defendants, and he didn't disclose that to the other defendants, which is pretty sneaky and slimy and unethical, and could be the grounds for bringing the entire action to a halt. So we'll see what happens.
Oh no!
Well, I do thank you, John. We've got the rest of our show to finish, and great to always have you on here, and I'm sure we'll have you on here many more times. It's always great to have you jump in, and we've had you jump right into the really big show. We'll clip this out for people, too. We'll clip it out as a segment, like we had Chris Sims in yesterday, and I think we have Franco from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation on Monday or something.
Franco Mendocino?
Quite a few people
Oh, never
try and
mind.
getting guests every day now on the show. So, Friday? I mean, tomorrow. Oh, there you go. Friday's not tomorrow. What's today? Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday, yeah. Thanks for having me on your show, and I wish a great rest of the day to both of you and to all the viewers and listeners. Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, John. Thank you. And we're going to get right back into the show here. We got quite a few things left, so we're going to have to pick it up to warp speed. We're going to have to, like they said, we're going to have to get Scotty to put on some of the dilithium crystals. Dilithium crystals, give me more.
Trilithium.
Trilithium? No, there's dilithium too, isn't there?
Trilithium, I think, is next generation, isn't it? Even better.
Imagine this, that Canada Post predicts those loans are lost. Who would have thought? $10 million a day lost. $10 million a day lost. MPs yesterday said they doubted whether taxpayers will ever see that repayment of billions in emergency loans from the post office. In 13 months, awarded them a total of $2 billion. Remember that settlement? Remember what was in that settlement? Some really crazy things
this guy had.
that the union wanted and got, by the way.
I think it's the same for me.
Oh, yeah.
Bitch. Oh,
well,
bye.
We were talking about transgenderism a little bit there, weren't we? With the Barry Neufeld thing. Transgenderism was one of the concessions made so that they could... I can't remember the exact sum, but a certain amount of money would be paid for... operations for transitioning.
I haven't had these grimy little paws on an actual letter for a long time. I haven't, actually, I don't remember the last time I mailed a letter. Since 2018, Canada Post $5.5 billion in operating losses. Not bad, eh? $10 million a day. $10 million a day. Just basically a light it up kind of machine. Just light it up. And everybody gets a raise, though. Even though, can you imagine running a private company like that? Go to the bank and say, hey, everybody wants more money. I'm going to need more cash. We're never going to pay it back, though, by the way. So you forget about that part. The bank would say, no, we're not giving you any money. But hey, Canadian taxpayers.
Unless they were lending it to themselves, then they would sort that out.
Canadian
Banks are good at that kind of thing.
There's a sucker born every minute and two to take them. And you remember Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland as the door was about to hit them on the ass on the way out. They promised us a high-speed rail between Quebec City and Toronto. The cabinet proposal for a regional high-speed rail is sexy but expensive, and that's from the CEO from the Crown Corporation responsible for the venture yesterday. He said it's suspicious. Taxpayers will be suspicious and skeptical. Really? Why would they be? $4.5 billion was, I think, what they said they just needed for the planning phase. And let's not forget Canada. Air Canada was named as one of the contractors. Air Canada? When's the last rail they built? I'm just curious.
When's the last time they ran a successful airline as well? That would be the question.
It should have been built 40 years ago. That's the CEO of Alto, the renamed Via High Frequency Rail Corporations. Canadians are suspicious and skeptical. I wonder why we're suspicious and skeptical of the spend money like crazy, get nothing done government.
Well, he says Canadians are suspicious and skeptical about our ability to deliver this. Yeah, why is that? Where are the deliverables? Where are the things that have been delivered? Yeah, I mean, I do struggle to imagine that they're going to be capable of doing this, I must say.
Last June 16th, they put the cost to 60 to 90 billion. That's quite the range. That's, you know what I mean? 60 to 90 billion? 60 to 90 billion.
When you should quadruple whatever sum they give you.
Would you go buy a house or a car where they tell you, well, that house there is between 1 million and 5 million?
Or even for like some fruit or something, it's like, yeah, that banana, it's between $1 and $7.
But just to get it to the bidding requirements, $4.3 billion. $4.3 billion. I asked ChatGPT, and it figured like, maybe 100 million. Why don't they just go to, like places like Japan and China and see the rail that's actually working and say, can we build that? And if we can, how much did it cost you to build this? How much would it cost you to build it? You know what I mean? Like, there's an answer there. And why wouldn't we test it?
Amazing that they're doing Laval and Montreal and Trois-Rivières. And then when you actually get towards Toronto, you got Peterborough, which is not really next to Toronto. And then it's just Toronto. Wouldn't you, if you're going to have Laval, wouldn't you also have like all the sort of Toronto satellite towns? Some of them are huge.
They should.
It doesn't make sense even just that one sentence doesn't really make sense.
So if I was in government, this is what I would do. Heidi, this is what I would do. It's $4.3 billion has been budgeted so far for prep work for the 300-kilometer-per-hour electric rail service between Toronto to Peterborough, Ottawa, Laval, Montreal. Just for the prep work, $4.3 billion. I would make them lay it out. $4.3 billion for who? Who gets what and what are they going to deliver? Because I bet you those companies would be embarrassed to allow their name to stand beside it. And I bet you many of those names are going to be consultants. And they're going to make out money. They're going to make money like bandits here. Because it's absolutely atrocious. And the Canadian taxpayer, again, is being played as a sucker. And it's because it's sexy. You remember when they stood up there when Trudeau talked about it and then the Liberals talked about this grand thing? Because it's sexy. And it says the job will require 50,000 workers, not for the planning part, right? A lot of them are in high school today. Look how they try to sell it. A lot of them are in high school today.
This is good for your kids.
You know what it's good for? It's good for the consultants. And my husband absolutely works there, or my partner works at the consulting firm. So he says he needs this job badly.
Take that! But this is like we're having a laugh, but I think we're pointing at the main problem here, which is that too many people have their hands in the pie, and they want money for nothing.
The pot,
consultancy, so that they can
same shit, bro. We know
consultancy for what as well. Part of that reason is because there are so many stupid regulations in place that prevent the building of any sort of serious project. So then you get an entire sort of consultancy ecosystem built around these regulations. And people will come to you and bill you millions of dollars to tell you how to comply with this legislation that protects a bat or something that lives in the Peterborough area. You know, I mean, obviously, I like bats, I like nature and all the rest of it. But when it's doing this to your country, when it's doing this to your, your ability to do anything, you have to change it, surely. Because we're saying 4.3 billion, and you're saying it could be 10% of that or something, or less than 5% of that. It could, but I feel like you would really have to change the legislation first, wouldn't you? And that isn't happening. So that makes me think that they're quite content to just hurl this money at these parasitical consultancies, so-called.
We're going to skip that one, but the Separatist Party won another seat there in Chicoutimi, Quebec. There you go. The Separatists rack up another one there. Good, that's good. That's good.
Wow, look at all those votes. Literally hundreds of people voting for the Liberal Party then. Nearly 200 for the NDP. Yeah, this is like the talk about trains. This is the steam engine coming over the horizon. And we're all strapped to the rails. This is coming.
Yeah, boys.
Very, very fast and painfully, isn't it? This from Quebec. Because we started this show talking about LNG and how it's coming from Australia to go into Quebec because of hostility within Quebec to natural resources, basically of any kind. What do you think it's going to be like when a left-wing Separatist Party is in control of Quebec? How do you think it's going to work, man? How do you think anyone's going to work? And what do you think the Liberals will do when these are in charge? Do you think that they'll still try and pivot to Alberta and give Alberta things? Because I really don't think so. I think they're going to go all in. As usual, it's the same old Quebec psychodrama. And they're going to get all the attention on them, all the concessions. We will just revert to being Quebec again, with Canada in brackets.
Well, the leadership debate nobody cares about. The NDP, the federal NDP, are going to elect their leader on March 29th. And You know, they've got 3 main candidates there. Activist Avi Lewis, we heard from him the other day. He's going to have government-run grocery stores, government-run this, government-run that. And then Heather McPherson. And then we also heard from the guy with the hat there. What's the guy's name with the hat there? I can't remember.
Looks like it would be Cornelius.
Cornelius. The guy with the hat.
Let's call him Cornelius.
The hat guy. The guy with the hat. The guys with no ideas. I mean, they're great. The NDP is a great party. My dad was NDP and loved the NDP. The NDP was a different party back then. Jack Layton was a great guy for the NDP. John Horgan was good for the NDP.
Hold fire!
But the NDP of today, they need to follow a successful government so that they can spend all the money that's been saved up. And I agree with David there. Vote for the hat, bro. Just because of the hat. You get style points for the hat. Like that hat. Killing it with the hat there.
Tony's a quail, which is kind of just about works. I can imagine him being a quail farmer. So we're back in nominative determinism territorial.
If you haven't heard from me, go back and play the clip from yesterday. I think it's near the end of our live stream yesterday. I mean, it's worth listening to if you're just looking for something to laugh about during the But they used to be a serious party. Jack Layton.
His peasants.
We've heard enough.
He's in the tie.
We've heard enough from Hat Guy. Joy for Liberals as they hit a 30% lead in this poll. Look at this. It's just... I don't know what these polls suggest. That Carney is a magician or Canadians have
got wiped out, bro.
Jack was
Angus Reid, this pollster, which is rather reputable, and or at least people say that. But they also say of Angus Reid that it leans a little bit sort of towards the Tories, or it's a little bit to the right, which I've always found that such a funny thing, but I've heard many people say that. And so this is being received with a lot of sort of solemnity by political observers, because they're saying, look, even Angus Reid now reckons that there's this double-digit lead for the Liberals. But I mean, it's every poll now, basically, isn't it? So either they're all getting it very wrong in the same way, or the Liberals really are very popular. The same poll finds that 74% of Canadians have an unfavorable view of the United States. 74%.
Literally crazy. Stop watching CBC and CTV and Global if you have that viewpoint. I'm sure a lot of people here don't have that viewpoint, because literally we go to sleep every night comfortably under the protection of the United States of America. Also, we have the health care we do have because we haven't spent any on military. And I wouldn't say we spend it all on health care, because we waste it on a lot of other things.
But it's also like our fundamental plan as a country. Like, chapter 1 of the plan is be good friends with the United States for money, security, cultural reasons, like everything really.
Wow.
So it does make it a bit crazy that they all know this. The Liberal Party knows this. Canada's ruling elite knows this. Canada, to a great extent, really does depend on the United States.
Let me put my accounting hat on here, and you open up the book here. You open up this book here, or whatever book you want to open up, and you look it up, and you list assets first, or like pluses that you have as a country. If you list your number 1 asset that you have first, you would list our geography, where we are in this world. We have protected by 2 oceans, and then protected. The main protection comes from this largest economy in the world that has the largest military that this planet has ever saw, that we utilize. Right there, it's in the plus column. Yet, for some strange reason, I don't believe the poll. I don't believe 74% of the people have that much hate in their hearts, and are that manipulated. That easy to be manipulated.
So forward!
I feel like it's ignorance or naivety, really, because it's like, I wish they would look around. All they've got to do is look at the main news item on any given day, which is Ukraine. Look what happens when your next door neighbor is a much bigger country than you and is,
hostile,
unfriendly. Yeah, look what happens then. Look at the countries close to China as well, like Laos, who just get colonized basically, or Vietnam historically. they have to struggle. All those countries have to struggle because they're next to a behemoth, and it's just a nightmare. Look at the countries in Europe who had the misfortune of being next to Germany for a good 150 years or so. It was relentless. Look at Ireland as well, next to a behemoth in the form of Britain.
Islander man.
Like, most countries throughout history have suffered for having such a strong neighbour. But that hasn't... I mean, that has happened to an extent, War of 1812 and stuff like that. But now, anyway, and for a good long time, you know, touch wood, it's been peaceful and nice. You know, we should, even if they do act out now and then, like now, but we should really express a bit of gratitude for that now and then. Like, thank God we're not next door to China or Russia or even Germany.
Is anybody that's in the comments right now scared that we're going to get invaded by the Americans? Is that really playing into your mindset? Or do you watch?
I can't imagine anyone.
Is anybody and did you partake in our latest poll? And do you think we should do more polls?
Here's real good. These guys are real poor. I'm so sorry. I hate
I'm gonna turn the eye aside.
Mr. Jesse Triple B, who says Canadians didn't have to shed blood for freedoms and protections. Quite a lot of Canadians did die fighting Hitler. You know, don't forget that. Like, Canadians. Many Canadians have died, and also, since I mentioned the War of 1812, you know, quite a lot of Canadians died in that as well. So, I don't think that's true. Canada, historically, has absolutely shed blood to protect itself. Whether or not that would happen...
Damn, it's my stop eating alarm. Oh no.
Today, I don't. That's a different question.
We're going to turn our attention to British Columbia here, and that budget that David threw down, obviously he's looking to get some distraction going there. He's getting a lot of pushback on this budget. And Jess Ketchum of Save Our Streets slams BC NDP for seeking to impose PST on security services. I mean, we won't play the clip, but I mean, there's a lot of people pushing back on this budget. A lot of organizations are pushing back on it. I did a whole show on it yesterday with Renee Merrifield on the BC NDP raiding the tax cupboard for the last scraps they can find. They're basically squeezing you, the taxpayer, for the last little bit of like juice in that orange there. They're just like squishing you. And David Eby, when he was told by the person interviewing there in the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, saying that people will leave BC, he says, well, you know, if you're going to leave because of that, then off you go. Off you go. And people are pushing back, and this is the coalition of business leaders urge BC to halt the expansion of PST services. It's just another tax grab. It's just another tax grab.
Contract.
And at the same time, this is where you got to get mad. We did this story quite a while back. The best place to work in BC and in Canada is for the government. You retire earlier, you make more money, and you get more perks. Look at this. Gift cards. The government has gift cards. Everybody gets a gift card. Everybody wins. Everybody gets a raise. Everybody gets a gift card. Let's play this small clip here. Gift cards for everyone.
These guys are fighting everyone? God, I am so...
Nope. Nope.
Well, it's everything except the one.
Our tech budget. There we go.
There are more questions tonight surrounding employee gift card incentives, this time at the provincial level. As Catherine Urquhart reports, multiple ministries are spending significant money on the perks while the government grapples with a massive deficit.
Taxpayers are buying thousands of dollars worth of gift cards for BC government employees. The revelation comes as BC falls further into the red.
What we found was a pattern of the provincial government ministries blowing thousands and thousands of dollars on gift cards and near cash gifts for provincial government bureaucrats.
That's good. That's good. We're going to have Franco on. I think it's on Friday. We're going to have Franco on. Is that right? Friday.
That's not Franco.
No, that's not Franco, but we're going to have Franco on from the Taxpayers Federation. Buy Canadian. Wasn't that the message from David Eby? Which ones of those companies on that gift card rack there are Canadian? Which one? Lululemon?
Indigo? Is Indigo kind of owned by Canadians, or is it? I don't even know.
It's just ludicrous, right? It's just absolutely ludicrous. Squeeze the taxpayer. More money for PR. If we did the story, they did more money for PR. Like they have so many people working with PR. Spin doctors. More spin. More spin.
It is crazy, isn't it, the extent to which they're, they're privileged. They are the favourite word of the Liberals, or used to be, maybe not now. But we have to point it out. They are privileged. They have a whole set of perks that are quite glorious, frankly, aren't they? And certainly right that we ask questions about it.
When will the really big show be in French? Well, we can translate it into French with AI or something. I don't know. Because qu'est-ce que c'est pour le français? Je m'appelle Jim. Mode d'emploi, rinse, ça va? I think that's the extent. We can impersonate Francois Philippe Champagne.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Can we say the Quebecois swear words without YouTube being angry
Tabarnak,
with us?
Cardis.
Quebec.
Quebec, sir. It's Quebec.
Tabernacle? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out.
What's happening?
Please don't.
Oh, right. It takes a while to do this.
Alberta. Cinderella, Alberta. The princess that delivers everything is told to get back in your room, clean up, do those dishes, do everything you need to do. No pumpkins for you. 80% of Canadians oppose the idea of Alberta leaving the nation. Why? Why would they like that? They're just like, who's going to pay the bills?
Run away.
The province that gives a lot should not be asking for anything. Is that how it works?
But it's also like, okay, you oppose it. I mean, I had to go there, but like, what are you gonna do about it? Somebody asked right at the beginning of the show. Somebody asked, will you talk about the 750 rule, like the, you know, how much of a schlep it is to try and actually constitutionally leave Canada as a province, to do it completely above board and legit. How all the provinces have to, or 7 of the provinces have to approve, and all the rest of it, more than 50%. I don't know, I just think there's another way to look at that, which is, okay, that's written down, but what are they actually going to do about it? So if Alberta votes to leave 57% or something like that, and then they get blocked on this bit, and they can't do it, and the rest of Canada says, no, you can't leave. And then Alberta just says, all right, we'll see you then. We're gone. We unilaterally declare independence. What's the rest of Canada going to do about it? You know? Are they going to do an Abraham Lincoln and fight a disgustingly savage, brutal war for the principle of the country's unity? For the principle that you cannot just secede and leave the Union, which is what the American Civil War was about. Is that going to happen here? Because no, it isn't. I mean, I'm not even going to pretend that I don't know the answer to that. It's not going to happen. If Alberta leaves unilaterally, Alberta leaves, and there's nothing that any, you know, constitution or whatever laws, that doesn't matter at all. Same applies to Quebec. If they get what they consider to be a satisfactory majority and they unilaterally leave, then bye-bye. That's it. There's nothing to stop them.
There is, David Eby would do some very finger-wagging
I don't know you.
videos.
Let them wag.
And then
there's nothing that they would do. There's nothing that they could do.
Doug Ford would go on CNN repeatedly, calling Daniel Smith a treasonist. All these things not helping Alberta want to stay. All these things pushing Alberta and Albertans away. All these things, not recognizing Alberta's been treated like the, I don't want to say like the ugly stepsister, but been treated very poorly.
Cinderella, the beautiful stepsister.
been treated like it has the, Karina Gold put it out there on her X account. Landlocked them, landlocked their resources. Mark Carney said 80% of their stuff needs to stay in the ground. You're basically telling Alberta that their wealth doesn't belong to them. You've said that.
Well, and also that they can't, they can't process it and actually get it out to markets. And even if they do process and produce it, then they're going to have to share the wealth. Give it
Are
to
they
the
stronger
people
than
that
us? What the
don't
fuck?
want
Why
you
are we
to have the
running?
ability to get it out of the ground.
These polls are set to get the rest of Canada angry at Alberta.
What are we scared of?
Instead of trying to heal it and saying, well, how can we get Alberta to work with us? How can we give Alberta fair representation in the Senate? How can we give Alberta fair representation in seats in Parliament? How can we not reach in there and rip its heart out there by getting Michael, or what's his name, Matt Mudd Jean-Roux to cancel 30,000 votes? How can we do that? How can we do that? How can we tap that wealth that's beneath the feet of Alberta and make it beneficial for the rest of Canada? Those would be the better ways to deal with Alberta. Take away the reasons they'd want to leave.
But the high-handed approach, I think, from the rest of Canada, particularly from the Laurentian elite, our good friends, I think that is because they think that this is like a dead rubber. That like Alberta, there's no way they're going to vote to leave. They're not. I don't think they're really that scared, but they should be. And I think if they were scared, then you would see the high hand and the hauteur that would come down, and then all of a sudden they would turn up in Edmonton and Calgary and be like, "Our dear Albertan friends, how we cherish thee." You know, it would all change then.
Well,
but right now, they think that it's done, and it's like, we'll give them this MOU and they'll shut up.
It would be the end of the Liberal Party as well, because if Alberta leads, Quebec goes with it. Because I mean, the only reason Quebec sticks around is because it needs to bleed Alberta. And if there's nothing to bleed, why stick around? And then the Liberals only get their power from Quebec, so they're surely not getting it from Alberta. So,
what's that for a banner?
I don't know. I mean, think about it another way. Quebec would be a lot more powerful, even more powerful than it already is, more influential than it already is if Alberta left. Because Alberta, in many ways, is like the opposing force, isn't it? But if that was gone, then I guess we would just become even more.
Where's this fucking engagement going down?
Quebec run.
Well, I think Quebec would pull the pin. Why would they stick around? Quebec, I mean, they're trying that. So.
Because then it wouldn't, you know, they would just be the undisputed master of Canada then.
Where's this poll? Where's this poll that says 80% of Canadians oppose Quebec leaving? Where's this one where they're going to make Quebec feel bad about themselves? Where is it? No courage? No courage to talk badly about Quebec?
Because we have to have sympathy with Quebec, you know? It's a distinct society and they've been mistreated. The Battle of the Plains of Abraham, Jim. Jim doesn't even, Mark Carney doesn't even know about that, does he? He doesn't get it right.
The new cross-border U.S. pipeline could revive the island of Keystone. I said that's likely going to happen. I think Keystone XL will probably get revived. That deal will likely happen. South Beaufort weighing up expansion of the pipeline, potentially leading to revival of the canceled Keystone XL pipeline. That was one that Joe Biden signed day one. When he had this stack of executive orders. They make Donald Trump seem like this bad guy with executive orders. But Joe Biden had a stack on his desk that was yay high the first day. He signed all of them. And one of those was him and Justin Trudeau trumpeted the killing of the Keystone XL pipeline. That was their big win, killing Keystone XL. Killing all the jobs, killing the wealth for Alberta and Canada.
That was like basically the priority, wasn't it? And it just, in a complete coincidence, entirely coincidentally, his campaign has been funded in considerable part by environmental activists and new green tech companies and entrepreneurs. And it made a fortune on not oil, on oil's rival. And then Joe Biden, just like I said, a total coincidence, Joe Biden was like, all right, I'll kill this pipeline day one.
And then also Brookfield, the largest investor in clean green tech. Imagine that. Thank you. You know what? One thing Trump does know is he knows how to brand just like the liberals and the Democrats do, because they call it clean green tech. And that's what Trump does. Clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful coal. And even when people slag this show, the Really Big Show, they have to say, that Really Big Show is terrible. You mean the Really Big Show? That show? Some say it's the biggest show ever. Some say the biggest show ever. Some would say the best show ever.
Oh, give me the fuck out.
Some people even that watch the show believe that. And then here's the rent seekers, the parasites of the economy. Sadly, in Canada, they're in the top 10. Here's another one. BMO, record profits across all business segments. I showed you Scotia McLeod yesterday. While Canadians suffer, can't make their mortgage payments. Guess who's making money? Like bank. Just bank. There used to be a time when the top companies in Canada were companies like Tech, Kinross.
Oh yeah, right. These guys are up.
Enbridge. Enbridge is still in the top 10. But I mean, all those companies, a lot of them changed hand now. Barrick. Like, Canada used to have so many resource companies. And I was mine site controller. It used to be such. Like the TSX is really the mining capital. I mean, for financial, it used to be the place for people would come for the mining technology, for the mining financing, for all that stuff. It's hard for juniors to get financing here in Canada. And I'm very familiar with that industry. I worked in it. I have lots of friends that are still in it. It's hard to get capital for the resource sector. Hard to get capital. And they talk about build faster. I mean, the junior money for exploration is all but dried up. I can show you, like, I mean, people wallpapered their walls with paper from junior companies. Because it's just
narrow pass.
Dried up.
You guys are getting fucking danced.
And it shouldn't be the rent seekers that are the number one companies in Canada. Rent seekers, the banks, are parasites of the economy. They take from the economy. They take from you. They're in the movie It's a Wonderful Life. They are the potters.
I'm not trying to leave, bro.
They can also, I mean, if they're actually good and well operated, they can also help to,
right.
You know, kickstart the economy by lending to entrepreneurs.
Well, you remember that they were part of the net. They were part of the Net Zero Alliance.
Greens are just fucking dancing
He ran
around
the Net Zero Alliance, and they basically through
hit and run tactics are crazy.
Forced banks not to lend to oil and gas companies.
Hit and run, just now we're getting
ideological lending principles, basically, and that's another good way to destroy your
shield walling. Oh, fucking our guys.
Yeah, Mark Carney didn't mention that in his little speech there. He didn't mention that he chaired the Net Zero Alliance. And that Net Zero Alliance had all the banks in it that were forced into it, and that were basically told not to lend money. That's the Royal Bank of Canada, not to lend money to oil and gas companies. Choked off their ability to finance projects. Choked off their ability. And now they say, oh, well, you know, Canada's had an unproductive past decade.
Gee, what could have caused that?
Essentially just murdered
Mark Carney bears responsibility. He ran the Net Zero Alliance. You know when that fell apart?
How the fuck is that?
Maybe that's why Mark Carney looked for this
Why
job.
is their army
because
so
it fell
fucking
apart
superior?
the day Donald Trump got elected. Because when J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley and them says, we're out, because they knew that the winds of change were blowing and that the climate agenda was dead. And if it's dead in the United States, dead in China, it's dead everywhere. You
500
you can't
soldiers
sacrifice
killed
your economy
7. How does that make fucking sense?
when the biggest economies in the world aren't doing it. So, Mark Carney's Net Zero Alliance died that day. He was the chair.
I like being in a giant army,
and he
though,
made
or a giant
tons of money
fighter.
for that. It's financializing all these green tech things. He even said it at the UN. He did all this stuff, and it fell apart that day. And all the Canadian banks are out as well now. And they lend money now, believe it or not, to oil and gas companies. He did it. He's the one that blocked them from doing it. Him and all those guys in Davos. Go listen to his speech. Anybody that defends Mark Carney, go listen to the speech. And listen to who he's talking to. He isn't talking to you. And this one here, the left media, it's just absolutely atrocious. This is one of the greatest hockey games. I know we came out on the losing edge of it. But just because the American hockey team went to the White House, I mean, what an honor for them. They downplayed it and made it seem like how terrible it was that they went there, won, and then also, you know, accused this hatred, this vitriol to a president.
Vitriol? Close enough.
That is acting in the interests of the American people. He's not acting in our interests for sure.
You're not welcome here, you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place, you don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
I obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got
Keep
like,
the public safety,
I
yeah.
would say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People try to live a quiet life.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back,
I'm
it'll be a
trespassed or what?
trespassing charge.
You say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why
What do
can't
you
I
want?
have
The God? Somebody's got to be
pays
God's
for it.
people.
You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
I'm arguing that the government said.
That's our money. I pay taxes.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Can I call the cops on you? Okay, that's it.
We may be in a corrupt hellhole. So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, home to one of the largest and fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, having anywhere from 6 to 10 kids per family, causing the community's rapid growth to spill into the neighboring towns
I
of
get a couple
Jackson,
hundred
Toms
kills
River,
myself, you ain't
Brick,
gotta do
and
nothing.
Powell, causing non-Jewish residents to fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016. How did you get a relationship with the White House? Who in the White House?
I think I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about Jackson. Jackson is a test case. If it isn't squashed soon, is going to take over the entire country.
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved, people connected to the President of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there room for a two-state solution?
No, there's clearly not. I think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around Lakewood. There are near Lakewood, outside of Lakewood, and all these towns around Lakewood, there are housing developments. Well, Goyim live there. There are no Yidden there yet, but all these housing developments,
None of the Yiddish are there
they
yet.
could turn it around. We saw what happened in Lakewood itself. There are a lot of other opportunities if people want to take that jump and become a shtickle pioneer.
The Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the Township Committee, Planning Board, Zoning Board, and School Board, financially depleting the public school system for non-Jewish kids, overwhelming local infrastructure, turning a once quiet town into a densely populated, over-trafficked Jewish enclave, prioritizing Jews over non-Jews. Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like Doug Mathis saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought several 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and someone has to step up to the plate.
Thanks for meeting up on such short notice, man.
My Munslandians.
Excuse me?
The outside.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first start of it, and then every year it just started to grow exponentially.
Hey! It's me! How are you? Stuff what?
They on top. They on top of that.
These Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income, and if they were on welfare, I'm curious for well. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They're proud to do out the third set. They need to be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to study the Torah then?
God help me.
Is the American taxpayer helping too? How do people afford to have such big families then? I'm Tyler.
Stop trying to do another anti-Semitism video.
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that. My church says it's culture. So this is their way of...
Shit.
Like, listen, I know you're frustrated about what some of the things we focused on. Is that kind of what I'm getting at?
Just trying to not get
so
crazy
give me
like
some examples
that.
of how things were misconstrued. Yeah, what did I get that was wrong?
So it's not necessarily misconstrued. Well, it is misconstrued. There's a lot of it that's you'll cut a lot of it, cut out different words, make it sound a lot worse than it is. There's a lot of people here that are on welfare.
You make it sound a lot worse than it is.
A bunch of different,
Listen, you make it sound a lot worse than it
If
is.
you go to any low-income communities, you're gonna see that. They're
Not all
on
us
different
Jews
welfares.
are bad.
Okay, so they were on welfare.
Yeah, nobody's denying that. But again, it's the way you say it.
These are guys. Who the fuck are
How do I twist it?
Yeah, there's
I
our.
understand where you're coming from.
Growing up in an extremely
The insufferable hub.
Yeah, he down.
I see. You say I misrepresent, and then they do that like, come on.
I'm not saying they're all good people. Like I said, wherever you go, you're gonna be an idiot. There's always gonna be the assholes wherever you go.
I totally get it.
You talk about the community. It feels like you're trying to create a narrative that you did not find. You found people that are on welfare that have a lot of kids. What your headline did wrote, welfare addicted Jews.
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Dependent, welfare reliant, welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it to survive. Without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait life. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction?
Yeah.
Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
Boy, and we're grateful someone was finally bringing up their town's issues. You think they take the money? Bienvenidos a Montreal con mi amigo. Alright, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
What do you
like
mean by so-so?
because they're civics.
Do they treat you as one of them?
No.
Are you guys on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. There's large-scale welfare fraud out here. Yeah.
It's a lot. They get away with everything. They get the Section 8, they get everything. The free housing and,
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community? No? How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing too.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I gotta ask you that. It's the most important question.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass, That's why so much traffic.
Yeah, boy.
It's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I went to, I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish, and they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo School Board, went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers, while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students, and reverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotting and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I asked, monsters are really perfect. I love playing Nintendo. My brother would be crushed.
The budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar. Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it, find yourself another place to live.
What's your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding and money for our school. And, that was done purposely.
Who was voting no?
Majority, the Jewish community. You drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for, the wards. But if it wasn't for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truths and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for, let's just say, for more kosher customs. You feel me? So, yeah.
Thank you for showing our community.
Okay, now you got no horse now, bitch. You fucked.
A tremendous amount to be proud of.
Dead
Like
man.
every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their
toes.
positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best.
We shoot you in your fucking toes, boy.
At sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars,
Say
we
you're
go
on
to shul.
that.
It's the most beautiful part of our religion. Do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be anywhere? The sun is coming down, and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings, and they'll go pray. And they don't care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos, and you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed 10 kids?
Not sending any more of our guys. Or
I am one of the children.
You're driving a G-Wagon, bro.
My father was never on any welfare. I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not
I'm so
welcome here, and you're
confused.
not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
What about me, though?
I love you, man.
Ah!
You are funny.
You don't own this place. You don't own America. I can do whatever I want.
Whatever you
So
want.
get in your G-Wagon, get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did, you never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring a community of welfare-addicted Jews. If you want to help me avoid ending up on welfare too, and get access to all of these videos early, and watch never-before-seen content I can't upload on YouTube, go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for $5 a month. Back to the video. After speaking to frustrated Goyim in Muncie, I headed to Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, where a
Clearly
similar
not the
Jewish
best
takeover
party
has
to
taken
join.
place, leading to the
Bunch
gutting
of
of the public school
morons.
system, all while turning a predominantly working class Irish and Italian town
Just
into
hover around
Little
these guys
Jerusalem.
as they get themselves killed.
I'm trying to merge a gap to see if there's any way that we could actually be one community. Because as you can tell, it's two separate communities. Look around. You will not see a non-Jewish resident here.
We got the Yiddish bus.
This is really all Jewish stores.
Sure.
Now, that pizza place, it's going to be kosher pizza, probably.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish, and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need. Quite convenient, quite nice.
Now, everyone can shop here. Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community. But
And is it always this way? This part here, is this newly developed in the last?
Oh yeah, so this used to be a concrete yard.
Got it.
So we're almost where we're standing used to have rows of concrete trucks.
Sure. It's bustling. Busy. Now, this place was packed with Jews buying groceries for Shabbos, but keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's going to be nasty to us. Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not. But I
We
do
fucking
think
had
they
this
don't feel
guy.
comfortable
How?
enough to do it.
We had him
But
in.
it's important to
Somehow the
understand
game's
the
like,
bigger
nah.
picture here. As kosher
Nah, you're
stores
good.
move in, more Jews move here too, creating a positive
I can't
feedback
fucking
loop
click
where a
on this
town
little fucking
rapidly
thing. I have to
becomes a
zoom in
Jewish
1,000
hub,
times and
ultimately changing the character and
even
identity
know
of
how
a
the game
town,
doesn't
and in
pick that
Lakewood's
up.
case, overwhelming the infrastructure. Before we explore the many implications of
Oh,
life for
shit.
Goyim as towns like Lakewood become increasingly Jewish, I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism gets weaponized in real time out here.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare programs that were defrauded by Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are
Go.
welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes, and I made a Minneapolis video as well. I've made several videos. Why are you being so sensitive?
What you're trying to make it sound is like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is being fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not. We're asking just to be fair, and you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards a community that's seeing a rise in anti-Semitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the video once they learned the topic of that video. I lost the sponsorship. How is that lucrative? Tell me. So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man, you got a kid in the car, I just noticed. Drive your kid home, get your groceries. You're You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you, though.
So you're arguing with the United States because the president obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move back to Israel then if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that guy said. Why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back. So
welfare is a good idea. It's sweet, right? At what point is it too far? Because this is a program designed to help single moms after they get divorced and keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it, right?
Interrupt real quick?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, you'll be a trespassing charge. You're
Fair enough.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the government welfare is stupid or whatever,
I would like to change the laws. Just like you would like to create anti-Semitism protection laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right? So why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
Because I like it here.
Same here. I like it here, but I like to make some changes. We can both agree on that, right?
So please keep on moving.
God bless you. There we go. He loves us.
I know. Make a
Yeah,
change.
you guys have group chats with me. You guys say, beware of this guy like I'm like Hitler or something. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them.
Your story point over here is that people can't have children if they can't afford them. You, as a society, are born from people who started with two people. Two. Okay? Adam and Eve. That's it. You want to go with the Big Bang Theory? It started at some point. Two people. And now there's billions. And there was trillions throughout the world. So you're saying if you can't have
What
kids...
does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government
to pay
for
government,
their
you live in a
kids?
government that decides that if you have children, we're going to help you. Now everyone does their part.
You should not have more kids than you can afford. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
Okay.
That's what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that I was for the kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government said.
No, that's our money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your
And you
kids.
elected Donald
Should
Trump.
not be funding your kids. You don't pay for my kids. Fuck, I could do this all day.
Why don't you go?
No, you should go because
You
people
should
are, you're stopping traffic.
should move.
Guys, let's go. Move on.
He's stopping traffic, not me.
Yeah, right. No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
He was saying, Tyler, he loves me.
So
man.
we're not
That's
allowed
right.
here?
Come. You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video and we all saw it and we still see it, but it's like
What did I get wrong?
nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulently found.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
Yes.
why are you still living here?
Well, not everyone has options, right?
I can give you a list of 15, 20 countries off the bat. You can live.
Yeah, regardless, let's say America is corrupt. I still want to live there.
You understand?
Oh, but hold on. Just because there is corruption here, which there is. What are you talking about? Let's not be silly here.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
Well, I read the numbers in
We had,
Minnesota.
what, 22 people indicted for Medicaid fraud?
Numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did, that's big numbers, man.
Both of your schools had money laundering. You had people, yes, both.
There's 45 schools here.
So BMG had people that were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special
As of
buildings.
when? As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
I don't look it up. You got to show it to me.
Come
'cause
on.
95% of people in this vicinity, between these 4 or 5 zip codes, work very hard.
Yeah.
So if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same capital you're going to find in this small percentage.
You're making me want to dig now. You're making me want to look.
You're already digging, man. You're digging already for
I'm at Whole
for
Foods.
4
What are
months.
you talking about? 4
What
months?
do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No problem. Eventually, when you break your head too
Let's hear it.
much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
You were in Jackson, which is really like a continuation of Lakewood. By the way, I don't know if you know how I toppled the government there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws. It was crazy. I had 2 conversations with the White House, and eventually DOJ got involved. But anyway, so I don't know. Are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts. You sold the pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video, Curious Yoel in New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video, you saw the altruism in the community, and you seem to respect that. And since I could see that you seemed to me to have a sincere desire to actually get the real facts, because if you were just bigoted against us, you wouldn't be struck or commenting on the altruism in our community.
But you casually toppled the Jackson government. A, what does that mean? B, how did you get a relationship with the White House?
I never spoke to DOJ. I did speak to people in the White House twice to tell them what was going on because...
Who in the White House?
I think I don't want to say.
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly.
Called.
Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, I rarely leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion. I hear this voice from him, I'm like, shiver me timbers, who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like, this guy's...
Little old
my,
me.
All right, so he's calming. He's
And you might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump trying to set the record straight with a lowly goy tuber like myself? This all begs the question.
Why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
Is there any bad to see?
There's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere.
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish, and everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood become such a large Jewish hub?
So I think it started with BMG, Base Marriage Gavoa, and then you had a lot. You know BMG?
Yeah. Tell me more about BMG, though, right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day. You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything, and I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that, but you're just coming here filming the truth, and you're working just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
It's a great place. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got, it's welcoming for the most part. A few guys are fired up. We try to give them the chance to speak, have a conversation. Do a little psst. What whisper did we miss?
Nothing. I gotta go now, but
I love it. To a T. A guy gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing? Or with this guy whispering in his brethren's ears, he comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes psst, 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 and then they stop talking. It is miraculous. Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
If I say something good, you're gonna put it on?
Let's go. We just met up with the guy. He was like pissed off that we like come around here and explore. This guy's killing me, dude. The psst, psst. He's treating you like a child.
The whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys being told what to say?
This is pathetic. Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're going to say.
How much money everyone makes in this town? Crazy amount.
What?
The police is also going to follow us, just FYI.
Going to follow us.
There's a police special response unit, and the cops had their internal monologue that they're going to just trail us around.
Amazing. So given that the cops are being called so often, they're just going to follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave.
And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision, another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving.
We're just showing how densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
I don't think you're saying a fair statement. This has nothing to do with dense driving.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills or snow?
Totally because of the snow.
Fair.
It was a miscommunication.
That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There was actually no one on the road.